The February, excuse me. The February 7th, 2018 meeting of the City Council. Excuse me. Is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, cable channel 2, and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communications may view this program in high definition on channel 1002. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the back of the chambers, going out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, please assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online, the clerk's office, or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff up front. If you parked in the parking garage across the street, be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by our dear friend, Reverend David Dendy, Mountain View Presbyterian, and remain standing for the pledge. Go, Houston.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, City Council members. Let us pray. Gracious God, our Creator, our Redeemer, our Sustainer, we come before you this day in this chamber, where our duly elected city officials gather once again to perform the duties their office requires. We give you thanks for each of their commitment to serve and to lead, to speak to matters of high import, and to listen to the voices and hearts of the people, to carry the torch of justice and fairness, and to light a flame for peace, love, and care. Give each of them a heart of wisdom and a mind of discernment as they discuss, deliberate, and decide the best action to take for our great city, Las Vegas. For our city, we pray for our first responders. Continue to give them courage while keeping them safe. For our military, keep them in the tender care of your providence and grace. For the disenfranchised, secure in their hearts and minds the bounty of your love and mercy. For our city, Las Vegas, tuck us under your wing and provide us with the love and care we need to look after one another with a sense of brotherly and sisterly love, ushering in a breeze of unity as we stand as one people under one God, indivisible for righteousness and love. In your name we pray, amen. Thank you. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend, and we will now continue on with our ceremonial portion of the agenda. Look at the women. We're here. Come on, guys. Lollygagging around, socializing, having a good time. And Councilman Coffin is not going to be down because of his cold. Okay, this is the ceremonial portion of our agenda. And for our first item, we have a special guest with us. Actually, we have two special guests, or more. But our wonderful Senator Aaron Ford, please come on up. Hey, this is quite a guy here. So proud of you. Okay, I'm going to let you do the introductions. I think it's more appropriate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councilpersons. I am Senator Aaron Ford, the Majority Leader in the Nevada State Senate, and I am here today to initiate an opportunity for us to hear from a colleague of mine. As everyone knows, in 2016, my hometown, the city of Dallas, was beset with a horrible tragedy. Several police officers were targeted and assassinated. And on behalf of our state, I delivered to my hometown, to the city council, a proclamation signed by Governor Sandoval and myself and several others. And in order to do that, I reached out to my high school classmate, a gentleman I've known 30 years at this point, who was a city councilman. He is here today, unfortunately, to repay the condolences. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Dallas City Councilman Casey Thomas.
Good morning. It is indeed an honor and pleasure to be here. Las Vegas is a beautiful city. Only had a chance to come in last night and partake in your beautiful nightlife. And as ironic as it would be, as we were preparing for this, and I want to thank Kelly so much for making this happen. We began this conversation a few months ago, and this was the most appropriate time. We have council meetings on Wednesday as well, so on my way here, I was kind of watching, seeing what was going on, making sure that things were taken care of back home. But Mayor Rollins told me to give you his regards back in Dallas. And so, as was stated earlier, my high school classmate and good friend came to Dallas to give us a proclamation on behalf of our first responders. And those of you who are first responders, when I begin to read the proclamation, I ask that you stand if you're first, but I'll let you know when. You know, in Dallas, having gone through what we went through and having the honor and pleasure of being on the city council of the city in which I grew up in, to have something like that happen, that without regard for human life or safety, was truly a tragedy. And the thing about it is you don't heal overnight. One of the subdivisions that was closest to our Southwest subdivision that's within my district, where I have a very good, close relationship with the assistant chief, he lost 3 police officers out of his subdivision alone. And so we've been able to develop a relationship and really become friends and continue to offer support. And so I ask that you continue to be in prayer for our officers who give so much of themselves, and our Dallas Fire Rescue give so much of themselves each and every day. And so last night, ironically, I stayed in Mandalay Bay. And I didn't think at the time, but you know, everything happens for a reason. And so to just kind of see how people were kind of back to normal. Those who were here seemed like they were having a good time. The staff was just as hospitable as they could possibly be. And it's good to know that even amongst tragedy, out of tragedy, can come triumph, can come the ability to move forward, to take the next steps to be Vegas strong. And so I want to give every resident, everyone in the city of Las Vegas, especially our public servants, a round of applause. If you'll join me, give them a round of applause for stepping up to the plate providing some stability at a time that was most needed. So I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation, and so I ask our officers, our Vegas Fire Rescue, if you will stand. This is in honor of you. Whereas a tragic attack was carried out on October 1st, 2017 in Las Vegas, Nevada that claimed the lives of 58 people and wounded hundreds of others attending the Route 91 Harvest Festival. And whereas Dallas will never forget the victims who range in age from 20 to 67, who were mothers, fathers, sons and daughters, grandparents and grandchildren. They worked in hospitals, police stations, schools, daycares, restaurants, and fishing boats. And whereas members of law enforcement and first responders answered the call to aid the victims of the mass shooting and to help bring an end to the 10-minute shooting spree. And whereas Dallas recognizes the sacrifice, devotion, and unmatched burden these positions carry and wishes that the communities in which they serve extend them the respect and appreciation they deserve. And whereas in reflection of the lives lost, we seek strength, guidance, and courage to serve our country and find a renewed pride in our nation and preserve with unbreakable resolve to overcome the destructive ideals of hate and intolerance and ascend it to new heights with a renewed commitment to liberty, equality, and justice under the law. And whereas in the wake of this tragedy, the city of Dallas stands in unity and solidarity with the city of Las Vegas and state of Nevada in honor of the memories of the fallen and extends deepest condolences to the families and loved ones of the victims during this time of profound loss. Now, therefore, I, Michael S. Rollins, Mayor of the City of Dallas, on behalf of the entire Dallas City Council, do hereby proclaim February 7th, 2018 as a day in honor of the victims of the tragedy on October 1st, 2017 in Las Vegas, Nevada, signed by our Mayor, Mike Rollins. So, Mayor, I want to present this to you and the entire City Council. I want to thank my great friend, Senator Ford, for making this happen as well. Thank you for having me, and we stand with you in solidarity.
Thank you, Councilman. I mean, this is such an honor for us, and we are so proud of all the people, but most importantly, our first responders, the volunteers, so many people who just really put themselves out there in harm's way as well in that tragic time for us. And I do know your mayor, and certainly will be in contact with him to thank him. We were all in Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago together, and so what a great mayor you have there. And I want to know how far back the two of you go. No, was that kindergarten? I got their ages. Was that clever? 10th grade. Oh, absolutely.
And Mayor and members of the audience and first responders and to the Mayor of Dallas and you, Councilman. I know I'm off script right now, but one of the families of the victims is in the room. We're honoring them for another occasion today because they're great members of our community, but I didn't want to allow the first responders to leave, you leave, or the family leave without Nisha Tonk's family. Freddie, girls, please stand up. Thank you. So if you get a moment, please say hello.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, please, our best wishes to everyone in Dallas for continued safety going forward, taking care always of those who protect us. And we're so grateful. And Senator Ford, always in your debt. You just know where to go, how to do it. And I want to give you a good luck Mayor chip. It's good luck, good health, and it's a $1,000 poker chip, which you may not use or you will end up in our detention facilities for a long time. But please. And Senator, thank you so much. What a great guy, and what a nice classmate you have here. Proud of you. Nothing but success on that class of, what was the year?
1990, we're proud.
1990, pretty darn good. Proud of you, and thank you. This is such an honor, and let's have a picture. Come on in. We could do it right. Right there in the pink shirt, or red shirt, I can't see that far.
I just hit one real fast. One, two, three. And one with this one. Thank you.
Thanks again. I hope you'll be back often. Oh, I did. Spend a little time downtown with us. He knows what it's like. He knows the best. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Casey. That's great. That's special.
Reverend, you're Houston. You're Houston, that's Dallas. Boy, is Texas strong. Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you, Councilman, for your kind words, and we're just so grateful to you and the city for all that you've done in recognizing our first responders. For our next item, it's my pleasure to recognize the team of employees who embodied our values of kind, committed, and smart. Today's team is from our wonderful Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department. And of course, I'd like to invite our great chief, Willie McDonald, to join me here at the podium. This team is extremely important to us because they take care of the first responders who are all taking care of all of us. The Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Peer Support Group provides counseling and support to first responders, helping our heroes deal with the stress of their jobs. The importance of this group was on full display in the aftermath of the Route 91 Harvest Festival shootings on 1 October. The quickness and effectiveness of their interventions in the weeks immediately following the tragic event will forever be remembered and appreciated. These people helped our first responders and their families come to grips with the situation and ensured that they reached healthy outcomes. Even more members of this team helped other city employees who are also working the aftermath of the shooting. Now I'd like to call this group up to join us at the podium, give them recognition. And so please hold your applause. We'll start off with, please come join us as I read your name, Jacob Thatcher. Angela Leith, also our Employee of the Year. Yay, Angela. Jason Doolin, Tina DeCola, Dennis DeVera, James Barbara, Joe Richard, Julian Flowers, Nathan Pahacek, Scott Gordon, Don Thompson, Elisa Ball, Jessica Smith, or Smythe, I'm not sure. Is it Smith or Smythe? Smith with a Y. Ian or Ian Pearson? Is it Ian or Ian? Ian. I mean, oh my God. Tongue twisters here. Anthony Burton, thank you for that easy of that name. Levi Zimbelman, Will Spears, Ian or Ian Adams? Ian, okay, Ian. Anthony DeBona, Jason Schmidt, Frank Perez, Charlotte Gentry, Paula Onato, Lionel Newby, Susie Spurgeon, Rachel Pierce, and Chris McAllister. Please thank these people with your applause. What a phenomenal, phenomenal group. The work that you did, just awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. The value is incredible. Thank you so much, Chief. You're not there and pass you. Thank you very much. Selfless, wonderful people that touched so many and made something so unbearable a little more bearable. We'll do the lady first. Nice smile. I feel better already just having them. Could I trouble you to give them each a good luck merit chip? It comes with love. Good luck and good health. Keep it with you. We just are so grateful to all that you've done. And this group was already presented with certificates of achievement at a recent surprise party in their honor. So, Chief, I know you're so proud of this team. We're so proud of you, but so proud of this team. So I'm going to give you the microphone, please.
Mayor Goodman, members of the council, thank you so much for this recognition for our team. Our peer support team really reached out after the October 1 massacre, and they made it possible for every member of our department and their families and members of other departments and other agencies to have some support, someone to talk to, and to just help them understand and deal with that terrible incident. And they're there every day for our folks, and it just is amazing the compassion that they have. And so I'm so proud and grateful for them, and want to thank them publicly for the work that they do for our organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Are there services remaining available? Because
They're available all the time. They're available at a moment's notice. They reach out to each other. People come to them individually, or they'll volunteer to work with folks, but they're amazing.
thank you. It is. It's incredible, and I'm sure the after effects of all of this will go on for years. And so that you continue to be available to talk to people. You need somebody. And so thank you. Thank you, each one of you. It's so important what you've been doing. We're grateful to you. Thank you. Take care. Thank you. You can just look in their eyes and you know that these are caring, compassionate people that anybody would feel comfortable sharing and talking to. So thank you each. And so now we're on to a very special and favorite part of what I love to do. It's the Mayor's Urban Design Awards. And for my next item, it is my pleasure to announce the winners of the Mayor's Urban Design Awards for 2018. These awards recognize projects that foster the city's commitment to sustainability and livability. The awards recognize projects that cultivate walkways and streets that are shared public spaces, promote safety, conserve resources, preserve historic buildings and places, and seamlessly link to their surroundings and are pedestrian friendly. The categories, there are 5 of them. The first one is building and environment. The second one is for architectural design. The third for public places. The fourth for public art, and the fifth for historic preservation and adaptive reuse. We'll go through each category, beginning with the nominees, and then I will announce the winner. So as your name is called, please stand where you are to be recognized, and I ask the winner please to come forward to join me at the podium so we can take a picture with our council. So without further ado, let's go to our first category, building and environment. The nominees in this category, and I congratulate every one of them, the decisions were very difficult for the committee. The Henriksen Butler Building at 630 South 11th Street by Jay Dapper and Henriksen Butler. The Love Store at 251 Charleston Boulevard by Atlas Designs. First and Main, located at 1027 to 1031 South Main Street by Jonathan Kermani. And the last one, the Strong Start Academy, located at 1617 Alta Drive by the City of Las Vegas. They're great nominees, all of them, and the winner is Henriksen Butler Building. Please join us at the podium so we can present you with a beautiful award. We're so proud of this building on 630 South 11th. The building, located a few blocks away from the Arts District, was originally constructed as a Safeway grocery store in 1955. Since then, it's become a historical landmark for Las Vegas, and for more than 30 years was known as the Gambler's Bookstore, where casino owners, gamblers, and my husband, of course, frequented. The building is now the new Las Vegas home for Henricks and Butler, an office furniture and design company. Henrich Butler newly improved showroom revitalizes an otherwise forgotten building by using great design and modernism and history all in one. You want to say a quick word?
Sure.
We're so proud.
Thank you so much. So I wanted to just quickly say thank you, first of all, to the City of Las Vegas. There's a couple of people at the city that I want to thank because this wouldn't have happened without them. So Tom Perigo is an amazing guy. He deserves a tremendous amount of credit. When we came to him with this idea of what we were doing, there was a lot of challenges that we had to overcome, and Tom was instrumental in making sure that that happened, and also Peter Lowenstein. So we wanted to thank those two guys.
You're not getting raises, but could you stand up?
They're here somewhere, maybe. They're there. Hey, Tom. Thank you very much. Yeah, and if Peter's here, thank you very much, Peter. And thank you. And then so just really quickly, so the design team is here. So first of all, Ryan is from my office, and he was the guy who made sure that the project got done. And then the architecture firm is also here that was very instrumental in the design and making sure that the integrity of the building was maintained. So Carpenter Sellers and their entire team was amazing to work with. And then, in addition to that, the city council was incredible in supporting, our vision for this building and doing everything that we did. So we really want to thank everybody that's standing up here for all your help and your support, because we would have never got here and never got the project finished without your help. And last but not least, my mom is in the audience, and the reason that I'm here today is because of her. So, Mom, thank you very much.
And don't take credit for the jeans. Where are you, Mom? Stand up, please. Wonderful. Congratulations. The artistic talent is yours. Thank you. Congratulations. Nice little trophy there, huh?
Very nice.
Yes. Congratulations. Okay, now let's see. We will now move on to, we have two nominees for the architectural design category. These nominees are the Starbucks, the brand new Starbucks, where everybody is backed up out onto the streets getting in line for the drive-through at 122 East Clark Avenue, from Mitch Ogron and D3 Design Studios, and the RCM and M Law Office, located at 700 South 3rd Street by Mitchell Crowe and C&M Properties. Both these properties are fantastic, so using my mayor prerogatives, we've decided to go ahead and acknowledge them both. We're just so you're seeing them. Both groups, please come up to the podium, and I'll tell you a little bit about Starbucks. The Downtown Starbucks project steals hints from times past and gives them a legitimate presence in today's world. This design brings some Vegas familiarity back in the form of a building with timeless mid-century motif. Thank you and congratulations to Mitch and his team. And let me tell you a little about RCM and M Law Office. This project was the conversion of an original 2,536 square foot facility, single-story, single-family residence office with an adjoining 8,099 square foot two-story addition. The new office building removed the original single-story office conversion and replaced it with a modernized, urban-oriented office space fronting on 3rd. The impact of this project will greatly influence the future development along 3rd. And I must congratulate all of you. So proud, so proud. So proud. A few brief words.
I don't know if I can follow Jay's speech, but I want to first of all thank you and the City Council for supporting the project. But also, we want to give recognition to everybody in the planning department, from Robert Summerfield on down, Dave Bratcher, Tom Burkhart, Rich Atkins from redevelopment, Victor from traffic, and just everyone who supported the project. When I bought the property a couple years ago, I recognized that even though it was a small project, that it was prominent in its location, being surrounded by the architectural integrity of this building here at City Hall, the RTC building, and also the Regional Justice Center. So we went to Starbucks and we told them basically that something better than the prototypical Starbucks plant needed to be done here. So Daryl designed it from the ground up and did a great job. So thank you. The mural is beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Congratulations. And we are so proud of your work.
Thank you. I just want to say that I've been working with the city for some odd 30 years on many projects. The planning department, the building departments, every group always helps. And I'm honored that this project was accepted for this award. And Dan Carvalho and his team will be notified post haste. Thank you.
Did you get your award? No. There's supposed to be 2. Wonderful. Congratulations. We're so proud of you all. Wonderful. Now our nominees for Public Places category, the nominees are the Starbucks Pedestrian Plaza at 122 East Clark Avenue from Mitch Ogron and D3 Design Studios, Dexter Park located 5860C Trent Avenue by the City of Las Vegas, the Las Vegas Community Healing Garden located at 1015 South Casino Boulevard, a team effort between the city and Stone Rose Landscapes. Mayfair Park, 415 South 15th Street by the City of Las Vegas, and Atomic Kitchen, 927 Fremont Street from Lance Jones, THD, GC, and Clean Green Landscapes. A great group of nominees, there's no question about that, and our winner is, though, the Las Vegas Community Healing Garden. And I'd like to invite Stone Rose Landscapes and City Team to join us at the podium. This project is so much more than just a garden. It is the brainchild of Jay Plegancool and his partner at Stone Rose Landscaping. The morning of October 2nd, they were thinking about what they could do to help our community in the aftermath of 1 October. They sketched out, here they come, Mr. Perez as well. They sketched out what would become the Community Healing Garden on a napkin. And from there, the idea made its way to our city attorney, Brad Jerbick, and our executive director of community development, Tom Perigo. The garden was conceived, built, and opened in just 5 days. More than 400 volunteers of all ages worked together, shoulder to shoulder, coming together during that very terrible and difficult time for our valley. Now the Community Healing Garden is a place of peace in our city, a place of warmth and remembrance, and a place that will forever be special to us. The Outside Las Vegas Foundation is managing the garden, so this location will be preserved for years to come. And so I would like to, Jay, congratulations.
Thank you very
and
much.
Your partner, please. Everything was donated. If you could just do your magic.
Okay, I'd just like to thank Tom Perigo and Brad Jerbick and the city for pulling out all the stops and allowing the community to come together and create this healing garden. And I hope it inspires people and continues people to pay it forward. Thank you.
Beautiful. It has become a place for people to come and visit and just have the solitude, peace, serenity there, and the remembrance of that horrible, horrible event that struck our city, but so much more. It's become to mean so much more for so many. And so we thank you. We thank you for the contributions that you got, because it never cost anybody A dime. So out of the goodness of your heart and the brilliance of your architectural and artistic landscape designs, we appreciate all that you've done. It's great. Thank you. Our next category, we have 7 nominees for the public art category. The nominees include, again, the Starbucks landmark sign, 122 East Clark Avenue from Mitch Ogron and D3 Studios. The Union Plaza murals located at 1 South Main Street from the Plaza Hotel, Just Kids and Life is Beautiful. The Bunnyfish sculpture at 208 South Maryland Parkway from Bunnyfish Studios. Tenaya Creek Brewery murals, 831 Bonanza Road from Tenaya Creek Brewing. The Rancho High School mural, 1900 Searles from the Clark County School District and Mark Brandwick. The AMP Utility Box Project, Maryland Parkway between Charleston Boulevard and Stewart Avenue from the City of Las Vegas. And Art Trail Aerial Gallery, 1st Street between Bridger and Boulder Avenues, South 15th Street by the City of Las Vegas. Our winner in the public art category is Union Plaza Murals. And if we can have you, please, representing... We have Roy Zabadowicz, and we have the president of the hotel, Jonathan Jossel. This mural, our winner and this mural is a great art installation. The Plaza tuned its 21-story hotel tower into a canvas for artists. For Life is Beautiful, 3 huge murals were unveiled, bringing public art to visitors to downtown and to many across the city who could view these works of art due to their sheer size. A great project, and congratulations to you and Jonathan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the recognition. For anyone that doesn't know, it's actually called the Plaza. The Union Plaza was about 20 years ago, so we have to call it the Plaza now. Cutting me off. I just want to thank everyone. This was a great project for us, and I think everyone's seeing the power of art and what it can do for communities. These 3 murals had over 60 million impressions online and social media in the first 4 months, so it's great for downtown, and people have come downtown to see these. And we want to thank Life is Beautiful, our partners, and Just Kids as well for helping to curate this amazing project. Thank you.
And we must credit Roy. I mean, Roy really had a great deal to do to bringing the concept to us and to the plaza. And so we're just really proud. But they are spectacular, and wherever you're driving on the 95 or the 15, you can see it. So we're just really proud of you. Congratulations. Congratulations to the plaza.
Thank you.
I know somebody whose neck is in the sling, but he won't turn around and look at me. Kidding. Okay, our next category is historic preservation and adaptive reuse. This is another category we had outstanding nominees, so we have 2 winners, one for historic preservation and one for adaptive reuse. The nominees include the Bunnyfish Studio building at 208 South Maryland Parkway from Bunnyfish Studios, the Strong Start Academy located at 700 Twin Lakes Drive inside Lorenzi Park from the City of Las Vegas. The Haunted Museum at 600 East Charleston Boulevard from Zach Baggins and Hellfire Media. The Atomic Kitchen located at 927 Fremont Street from Lance Johns, THDGC, and Clean Green Landscapes. The Golden Gate Casino at 1 Fremont Street from Derek Stevens and TRE Builders, and the HOP building located 1310 South 3rd Street from Dave Mason and Bunnyfish Studio. The first winner for historic preservation fits to the adaptive reuse category, and it's the Haunted Museum. So please, Haunted Museum team, come join us at the podium. This is so exciting. Congratulations. You are surprised. You shouldn't be. It's wonderful. Congratulations. What a great concept. Let me tell everybody, this project has preserved the 1938 Wengert House through the creation of an 11,000 square foot museum displaying collection of haunted memorabilia. The home was purchased by the company by the Travel Channel's Ghost Adventure Show. The home passed from the Wengert family in the early 1970s and was then home to the Nevada Bar Association. Though alterations have occurred throughout the years, the original Tudor style has been preserved. So, how about a word?
I just want to thank all of you, and thank you so much. We're so excited. We really are. I'm so sorry that Zach cannot be with you. He's filming up in Northern California and going on to Oregon. Travel Channel keeps him very busy. His dedication to the museum is amazing. I'm his mom, and I am so proud of my son. And working with him was a joy, an adventure, and the respect that we got for each other for doing such a major project was amazing. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. This is his stepfather.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and all you fans of Ghost Adventures out there. Come and join us at Zach Bagans Haunted Museum. It's a wonderful experience. Thank you, Mrs. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Congratulations. It's wonderful. Moms rule. Another great. And finally, we have our winner for historic preservation, the Golden Gate Casino, and I'd like to invite the Golden Gate team to join us at the podium. This is just a great project and perhaps our most historic casino, and Derek Stevens and his team did an amazing job with the new addition to the casino. I have a feeling he may be a future Muda winner for what he has planned for the old Las Vegas Club site. So let's hear from whoever's. Hi, how are you?
Hi. I'm Alice O'Keefe, the Director of Design, definitely on behalf of the Golden Gate. We're so grateful, and we've been downtown for a while and doing a lot, and the construction team, Trey Builders, has done a lot of great work. The design team, Des Motif, and the architect Mosier, and all the consultants and subcontractors, we thank you.
Great. So go on down the Golden Gate. It looks fabulous. Just beautiful. And our next item, Councilman Stavros Anthony will do our Citizen of the Month.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. How you doing? So we have some absolutely wonderful citizens that live in the city of Las Vegas, and every single month, each one of us gets to select someone to represent those individuals and be the that monthly Citizen of the Month. And I am honored to have selected the February Citizen of the Month. And it's usually a pretty special day when we do that, but it's not just a special day today. Today it is a fabulous day. In a fabulous city, in a fabulous city hall, with a fabulous city council, and a fabulous mayor, and we get to recognize a fabulous citizen, and guess who that is? Yay, Fabulous Freddie! Freddie Smith, come on down here. Freddie Smith was born and raised in Salt Lake City, and his grandson, he is the grandson of Dee Smith and the founder of Smith Food King, later to be known as Smith's Food King and Drug. At the young age of 12, Freddie started working at Smith's, giving him an inside knowledge of retail business and marketing. In 1997, following the sale of Smith's Food and Drug, Freddie moved to Las Vegas with his wife, Minda, after a bad experience at a local car wash. And are they still around?
No comment.
No the competition. He knew his next venture was to open his own business and call it Fabulous Freddie's Car Wash. How did Freddie come up with the name Fabulous Freddie? As a child, all of his cousins called him Fabulous Freddie. It was his nickname, and the name stuck with him. In December of 1998, his dream came true when the doors opened on the first Fabulous Freddie's at Fort Apache in Charleston. Over the past 19 years, Fabulous Freddie's has employed thousands of young kids, giving them opportunities to start a career and learn the basics of talking to people, handling customer issues, and understanding how to work as a team. He's employed kids with problems with the law, limited education, and other challenges, and has worked to make them a better person. He's helped kids get off the street and seen the success they have in their lives by learning to take responsibility and having a job. The goal of his company is to provide fabulous experiences and teaching employees to have a positive attitude. Rather than just being good, think about being fabulous. In addition to the differences he's made in his business, Freddie's given back to his community in many, many ways. He's helped raise money for schools, sponsored UNLV athletics, UNLV cheerleaders, church organizations, youth basketball and baseball teams, golf tournaments, military first responders, yearly promotions, and it helped LVMPD purchase bulletproof vests and promotes annual Kids Day activities at his car washes and discounts. The charities that he has helped is United Way, Shriners Hospital, Juvenile Diabetes, and Make-A-Wish Foundation. And one of the main reasons why I picked Freddie to be the Citizen of the Month is he has been a great partner with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I'm a retired captain from Metro, and I just appreciate the great sponsorship and partnership he's done with Metro. And on behalf of Metro, I would like to have Captain Sasha Larkin come down here and talk a little bit about fabulous Freddie Smith.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for having us here today. And on behalf of Sheriff Joe Lombardo, please accept his sincere apologies for not being here today. He simultaneously had the state of our department address this morning next door at the Smith Center, so I got the honor to come and thank you. And what the councilman said is so true, and here's the really important thing for us. Obviously, bulletproof vests you see save lives every single day around the world. And this man was so generous and so amazing to ensure that we were all able to be outfitted properly in them. And really, I can't, as a captain of an area command, every day I'm on those guys for safety and different measures. And the vest to me is just common sense. I don't ever put it on, even though I sit in an office and get paper cuts most days. I don't ever put the uniform on without it. And really, your hospitality to us on a daily basis, every time we go into any one of your locations, people are so generous and kind, and they go out of their way to make sure we have a fabulous experience. And listen, I heard a little rumor that you have a very diverse sports liking, a New York Yankee fan, maybe, right. A Seattle fan, Seahawks, UNLV, and then I heard University of Utah?
My daughter's there.
Ah.
My other daughter's going to go there next year.
Well, we just wanted to say that you have a very, very wide appreciation for sports, as do we. So you had all kinds of cops around the department that liked one of the teams that you liked and really appreciated all that you do. So really, community, the truth is for us in the police department, we can't do it alone. And it's partners like this that make our job so much easier, so much more fulfilled. And it gives us that reassurance that we're all in it together. So, Freddie, thank you so much for everything you do from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Good job. So, Fred, on behalf of the City of Las Vegas, for everything that you've done as a small business owner, helping kids that you have employed, and all the charities and Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, I now proudly proclaim you Citizen of the Month in the City of Las Vegas for the month of February. Congratulations. And with that, you have a plaque, Freddie Smith, Citizen of the Month. And then we've just over here unveiled a sign that's going to be out in front of City Hall for the next month. So you can take everybody over there and take pictures and all that. So before we do that, Mayor, Fred has the final word. You get to say something.
If my employees are here, they know that this could take a while, but I'll be quick. I'll be honest with you. This is interesting timing because of what we did for October 1st. And so I thank you for making that award. And I believe they were from Dallas, right? So I'll kind of be a Cowboys fan for a day. But that was interesting timing that we had that. But I appreciate Metro. You guys are the best. And honored that you guys were here and appreciate it. Honestly, I've got employees right here. I got my wonderful wife and 2 daughters. My other one's up in Utah going to school. These 2 are going to be going to school in a second. But it's an honor to have had so many fabulous experiences with so many employees. And one of them, my general manager, they've all been involved in the stores. Jeff's been with me since day one almost. Well, actually, he's been with me since day one in a way. And having employees that come and work and wipe cars and pump gas and do all that fun stuff it's so fun to be out in the stores and watch them grow and it's been fun actually to come to this meeting and not petition for a city permit actually for the first time. This is actually kind of cool. I like this. No stress here. So anyways, I appreciate it, City Council and Mayor, and this is a fabulous honor, and everybody have a fabulous day. So appreciate it.
Good job. Sasha, come on down here.
Absolutely.
He is. You too. Good job. I'm glad you were here.
Yes, I am too. Thank you.
You want any more?
Okay, looks like we have one more ceremonial this morning, and I get to do that one, and then we're done. Right?
See? Absolutely. Yes, you will. Whatever it is. I don't know all this paper.
A lot of paper.
Okay.
All right. Oh, you're going to move that? Well, let me do this stuff first, and then we'll move it. Thank you. Okay, it is my honor to recognize the 7th Annual Chinese New Year in the Desert Festival and welcome all our cultural ambassadors. Let's begin the festivities with the lion dance. Okay, that was the Lohan School of Shaolin, Mr. Sefu Bao. Nice round of applause for them, huh? All the way in the back, people in the back, thank you very much. Okay, I would now like to invite down here my favorite, Jandy Lowe. She is the executive producer of Golden Catalyst and has been instrumental in organizing the festival for the past 6 years. Jandy, thank you for being here. The City of Las Vegas, Golden Catalyst, and the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority will come together to usher in the Year of the Dog in Las Vegas starting next week on Friday, February 16th at the Fashion Show Mall. There'll be an assortment of cultural amenities, attractions, celebrations to make this the largest Chinese New Year celebration in the United States. Then on Saturday, February 17th, we invite all of you to join us for the Spring Festival Parade at 11 a.m. The parade starts on Fremont Street at 11th and will end right in front of Container Park. Guests will be taken on a journey around the world as they experience folklore, acrobatic, and traditional instrumental performances. I'd like to have Jandy Lowe of Golden Catalyst say a few words about this year's Chinese New Year in the Desert Festival and tell us what the heck the Year of the Dog is.
I don't know about that. Good morning. Thank you, Council Stravos, Mayor Goodman, and City Council members. Before I start, this is a very tradition for us. Please, I would like to invite my culture ambassadors, Derek, Selve, Yuan Fin, Pam, please join us down here. Just because, you know what, putting on this event, does not just take one person, it takes a lot of folks. And unfortunately, most of them are working today, so I can only scrounge up a few. Well, good morning, everyone. In the great city of Las Vegas, we like to think big and aim high. Our goal is to bring our local, national, and international communities together to celebrate and establish new friendships and partnerships. We are delighted to be here this morning to invite you all to experience all the CNY in the desert has to offer. I know this is not the Grammys or the Oscars, but I do want to take a few moments to recognize our sponsors. We do have folks from LBCVA, Michael, Katia, Kayla, Ruth. Thank you so much for sponsoring. We also have our hotel partners, Kiddis, thank you, and our attraction partners, Irit, I know she's here somewhere. And of course, culture ambassadors, volunteers, and I will call her out, Miss Esther, if she is still here around here, in the city of Las Vegas. You make this process extremely awesome since 2012, right, Esther? So thank you. Now, Sally asked me to talk briefly about the significance of the Year of the Earth Dog. The Chinese horoscope predicts that this year is going to be a good year in all respects, but it will also be an exhausting year. You'll be happy, yet frustrated, rested, yet tired, cheerful, yet dull. So according to the Chinese astrology, 2018 is a very good year regarding the financial aspects, but a little difficult from a health point of view, So if you missed the January 1st New Year's resolution, do not fret, because you can do this again next Friday, starting February 16th, when the Lunar New Year actually starts. And well, folks, I certainly have a treat for you today. At this time, if I can please have Jeff pipe in the music and invite Shuyan up here. Shuyan, this is just one of the many performances that we'll be showcasing starting next Friday at the fashion show and Saturday at the Container Park. The music can actually start when I'm just talking. Born in Guan'an City in the Sichuan province, China, Su Yan is a professional tea ceremony performer and one of the youngest certified coach in the art of tea. She is internationally known and has performed in over 10 countries. We are thrilled that she had chosen to make Las Vegas her new home. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing here is called Kung Fu Tea Ceremony. So please give Shu Yan a warm welcome. dog, Mayor Goodman. We also have a Year of the Dog rock painted by one of our board members, Betty Atkins, who's not here today. It is so appropriate that you're celebrating the art, and we want to present this special rock, one of a kind. This is our logo, the 7th annual Year of the Dog. Okay, so Happy New Year to you all. 恭喜发财，年年有余。
Great, Janny. Chinese New Year in the desert. And I would now like to have the ambassador for the 7th Chinese New Year in the Desert Festival, Ruth Kim. Would you please come down here? Ruth, who is with the LVCVA. And I would like to present, on behalf of the mayor and city council, I would like to present this proclamation proclaiming today in the city of Las Vegas, Ruth Kim Day. Congratulations. Did you want to say anything? No? Okay. Okay. Go off to the Year of the Dog and have fun. Oh, big picture. All right, squeeze in. Thank you. You did great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Derek, good seeing you. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming down. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
You deserve it.
Thank you. Where thank you so much. This is wonderful. I love these gifts that you've given us. It's wonderful.
Ready?
Love this year.
And he's kind of
Every time I see him.
Right here. Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, where do you want us to stand?
Right in the middle is fine. And Jenny, you guys want a photo? Then get your photo now.
Aren't they in the photo?
They are, but we're going to do a photo with just the council too, Mary, right after this. I'm sorry. So the council, I would like the council to stay here, and Councilman Coffey's going to come down. We're just going to because we've changed and a new one goes. Make sure you think you have a lead one in the interim. Go forward to the very nicely done. We're just going to. Good job. We're going to take a quick look at fashion show.
You got it. You got it.
Okay. Councilman Coffey. Yes, sir. Yeah, take that off. Great.
I'm getting my spot.
I'm going to look at Shane.
Okay. Go right back. Right back there.
Okay, thank you. We're all done.
We'll go on into our meeting.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, thank you.
going up, but that's
especially up north. Okay, are we on 10? Okay, everyone, we're back here and alive and well. So if you'll be good enough to take your seats. I'll take one drink. Okay, here we go. Agenda item number 10. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond in dialogue. We'll set the time at this first participation at 1 minute. And Colonel Mangold, I see you're coming on agenda item 28, so we'll keep an eye for that. Okay, hearing and seeing no one, we'll move on to agenda item. We're going to give you a seat in the front center row.
I would like to speak on agenda item 34, if it's appropriate. My name is Catherine Duncan, and I would just encourage the mayor and city council to allow the residents of Ward 5 to choose our own representative, and we would like to choose Assemblyman Harvey Mumford. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to come forward for this 1 minute public comment? Look at this running, good.
Hello, good morning, City Council and our good Mayor, Mayor Goodman. I also am coming up on number
name?
34. My name is Jason Brandt.
Okay.
I'm a longtime resident and Las Vegas. I too want to ask that you vote no on 34 in favor of appointing Harvey Munford. I think he's the best choice for Ward 5 as well as our city. Thank you.
Thank you. The rush to the, and you can go to a second mic and a third mic. We can just go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, please, and state your name for the record, be sure.
Clay T. White, item 34 as well. I am in favor of appointing John Edmond as a caretaker.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, my name is William McCurdy, and I am a resident of Ward 5. I would like the City of Las Vegas and the Board of Council to consider to take this to a special election. I know the revenue might not be as great as the city would like to, but for the best interest of the citizens of Ward 5, it should go to a special election. Based upon the fact that Ward 2, when Wolfson left the city council, you had a special election for that particular ward. And based upon the 450 people that I've talked to, that they request that we have a special election. Thank you very much.
I just want to ask a question, Madam Mayor. Are we actually going to have a time on 34 when you call 34 to comment, or is this the only time we can comment on 34?
Well, I think what I want to do is hear 34 and 35 read, get some feedback from the council, and then we'll make a decision then. So don't go away, but if you want to make a comment, do it now just to be sure your voice is heard.
I just wanted to make sure that there will be time for the, John Johnson. I just want to make sure we'll be able to talk on 34 because I will reserve my comments for then.
Do you have lengthy comments or do you have brief comments?
No, I have a lengthy comment.
Can't guarantee it at this point. So can you do this and get it down to something that's in a minute for now?
Okay. My name is John Johnson for the record. I come before the City Council today.
Do you live in Ward 5?
No, I have a nonprofit. We work extensively in Ward 5. I've been working in Ward 5 since 2012 when I first moved here. I live in Summerlin, but unfortunately, my area, there's not a lot of need. So, I go where the community need is, and I actually work in North Las Vegas as well as West Las Vegas because that's where the greatest need is. So from talking to those people in the community residents that I deal with on a daily basis and talk to them on a daily basis, they want their voices heard. This is not the perfect forum for that. As you know, Madam Mayor, I can only speak to you. They can only speak to you. Then you guys deliberate and you guys make a comment. There is no dialogue, okay? If you guys really want to see what the community say, I would ask you guys to actually put this off to the 21st, have a town hall meeting in Ward 5 where the residents can come participate. You have another 2 weeks. So, you know, not rush it. Have an opportunity for the residents can come.
Thank you.
As you can see, there's not a lot of residents here. So, you know, I think that we should do what's right for the people and make sure that everybody has a fair opportunity. 8 o'clock in the morning coming up here, people have jobs and stuff.
Thank
I
you.
think a town hall meeting maybe at 4
Well,
o'clock,
that is a
5
very
o'clock.
good idea. We thank you, but also a special election, if that's the decision, gives everybody an opportunity to vote for whom they wish, but not sure what the council's pleasure is going to be. So you're next, I
Yes,
think.
good morning,
morning.
Honorable Mayor Goodman and the rest of the City Council. My name is Sheila Collins, and I want to put this out here. There's a lot of people in the room, and they have their specific candidates. I'm for a special election. You know, let's do this fair across the board, and let's work for this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Rhea Watson. I am a property owner in Ward 5, and I am asking for a special election for the residents, my renter, and others. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Ma'am?
Good morning, Mayor. My name is Miriam Gibson, and I'm the Vice Chair of the United Black Democratic Caucus. We work with many of the folk. We are in the interest of black people. The majority of the people in that area are black, and they have expressed an interest that they won't have some kind of say as to who and what comes into who represents them. They are asking for a special election, and I would hope that everyone would consider giving them that opportunity by granting a special election.
Thank you for coming down. Next. Which way am I?
That's right.
Okay, please, sir.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Council. My name is Bruce Soares, S-O-A-R-E-S. I'm here to mention the favorability of continuation with Joseph Mitchell. He's been most effective for the purpose of continuity. He knows the neighborhood. He's been at numerous neighborhood functions, and yes, I do reside in Area 5.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
My name is Randy Voyard, here to say that depending on the cost of the special election, I think it's a great idea. If it's going to be an appointment, I have to resonate with Mr. Jones' previous comment that a town hall would be a great idea for people to present themselves and let the community make the choice as far as who would be in the pool for the appointment. But one way or the other, sorry to see that, you know, it's now an even number of heads to make a decision. Hopefully nothing too seriously conflicting comes up where you need a tie-breaking vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll seat you quickly. No, I'm kidding.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Thank you all for considering our comments. My name is Shannon Churchwell, and I am the President and Chair of the United Black Democratic Caucus. And I would just ask for a special election. That is the feedback that I've gotten from many of the residents from Ward 5. So if it pleases you, let's just ask for you to consider that strongly. Thank you so much.
Sound nice. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and Council people. My name is Gene Collins, and I live at 1411 Virginia City Avenue. I have several hats that I'm wearing this morning, one from the Churches of Southern Nevada, the other one from the President of the Neighborhood Council from Bonanza Village. And also I rise in asking you all to kind of honor what most of us who has and will be coming have asked you all to do. And I understand that there are certain people, there are certain things that you might want to do, but what we are saying is that we would appreciate if you would listen to what our concerns are and have a special election. As you know, I had a lengthy discussion, but since you told me that chances are that I will not be able, or the chances are that we will not be able to stand and say what we chose to say, I chose to come up right now and ask you all to honor what our concerns are, and that is making sure that there's a fair agenda for all of the participants that will be showing up here, that will be running. And thank you all for giving me the chance to say this.
Thank you there.
Good morning, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Brenda J. Williams. I'm the former interim city councilwoman for the city of Las Vegas. And I'm here today to tell you that I support appointing an interim. I do not believe in taxation without representation. And I don't know how long it would take to do a special election. I know there are a lot of things on the books right now that need to be voted on, and I assure you I would not like for the Ward 5 people to be left out. I would like to say one thing specifically, and that is that I urge you, I know if you choose the appointment phase way of doing this, you're going to be lobbied by many individuals who want their particular candidate or their involved and appointed. But I would urge you to only consider those people who live in Ward 5. One of the things that I'm very concerned with, as Mr. Collins stated, he represents the churches and those types of things. We have a lot of churches in Ward 5, but we don't have that many people that live in Ward 5 that attend those churches. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Goodman. My name is Chandler Clary, to councilwomen, councilmen. I'd like for you to consider a gentleman, his name is Timothy Van Hicks, for the Ward 5 seat. He's a general contractor, a builder, developer, and a visionary. And I think he will bring to the city a most needed product. You know, I travel on Orange Street every day, and it just tears me up to see homeless people. But I believe that Mr. Hicks will be very instrumental in solving that problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Cedric Creer, and I'm a proud and lifelong resident of Ward 5, residing in 1931 Mill Circle, Las Vegas 89106. This is the home that my parents bought. It's where I grew up and where I've raised my family, and where I intend to stay. I've declared my candidacy for Ward 5 Council, the seat last spring. And having served for nearly 2 years in the Planning Commission, I've learned so much about how every single action this council takes impacts each and every resident. I didn't expect this time to come so soon, but here we are. I know the council is considering 3 different items today. One of the appointment of a caretaker to the seat for the next 16 months. And I have to say, I firmly believe the last thing Ward 5 needs is a caretaker. I believe they deserve, as every other citizen of the city deserves, and as a dedicated, committed council person, a caregiver, if you will, to tend to the many needs and opportunities that exist for the residents of Ward 5. Not to say that those who've applied as caretakers are insincere in any way. It's just that every citizen has a right to the very highest level of commitment to bettering the community they call home, the community I've called home since the day I was born. This council has chosen to conduct a special election at least during the last 3 occasions such as this, and Ward 5 deserves no less. I've had public service in my heart since I was a child, and watching my father serve his community as a doctor, taking care of patients in our community. I know my neighbors, and I know the neighborhood of Ward 5 like I know my own address. So many of the residents are just like family to me. I know the issues in Symphony Park, as I've served on the board of directors for the Smith Center. And while it's not in Ward 5, the medical district is so important to Ward 5 residents. And as a regent for the Nevada System of Higher Education, I supported the location of the UNLV Medical School there because it's in close proximity to Ward 5.
Thank you, Mr.
And its continued
Creer.
development will only benefit us. I will leave you with this. A quote from Martin Luther King.
Okay.
Everybody can be great because nobody can serve. I'm ready to serve, and I'm more than ready to run. Let's have a special election.
Thank you, Mr.
Have a great day.
Creer.
Que tenga un buen día. Muchas gracias.
My dear friend, Verla Hogard, how are you?
Good morning. Nice to see you, Mayor.
Nice to see you, too.
I've been here longer than the mayor.
No.
But we both
No,
came
we
when we were
worked
12.
together.
We both came when we were 12.
And Jean, wherever you are.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Verla Hogard, and I have lived in Las Vegas for at least 50 years, and I have served the community in many ways. And I would appreciate if people would call me and ask me to vote for them or anything, because my phone's been ringing off the hook. You know, will you support me? Will you do this, that, or the other? I want a special election. I want to decide who I'm going to vote for, and I don't need anybody calling me to tell me to vote for him.
Did everybody hear that who's thinking of running or who is already going to get their money out there? Thank you, Mrs. Hogarth. Don't call her. Don't call her.
Thank you, Mayor, my friend, Councilman Tarkany, and my other friend, Flory, and to Mayor Goodman. Pastor Seals, long-time resident in Ward 5.
Do you beat Mrs. Hogarth?
No, I don't beat her.
Okay.
Mrs. Hogarth taught me in school, so. But I am over 60 years in West Las Vegas.
Good.
And as a pastor and as a citizen in Ward 5, we really are urging you to call for a special election.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pastor.
Good morning, Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. You know, we do need a special election because we need the right to be able to choose who represent us. And I hope that's what we do, because you don't come up with two names as caretakers, but those names, we didn't play no part in, you know, having nothing to do with that. So we need to have a special election, you know, because they have had it in other wards. So we ought to be entitled to that too. So that's what I hope that y'all go with, the special election.
Thank you.
Because we do need a special election.
Thank you, Ms. Turner.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Reverend Jackson, Associate Minister with the First African Methodist Episcopal Church, and my sister, Mother Hogarth. She is one of our members. So I stand here to support her. And as director of the Faith Organizing Alliance, if you look at our webpage and see what we're all about, we stand here to say, if in fact you favor a special election, we will continue to pull our community together to educate them, screen the potential candidates, and make sure that everyone is well informed that these individuals that they need to vote for, that they are qualified and able to serve our community. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, and don't call Mrs. Hogarth, though, remember?
No, she calls us, trust me. She's there every Sunday.
Good morning, Carolyn Goodman. Council, how are you guys this morning? My name is Pastor Troy Oglesby, and I'm an honorary member of the Mayor's Faith Initiative. I'm here to lobby for a caretaker for Mr. Joey Mitchell. I've gotten to know Mr. Joey Mitchell personally outside of City Hall, and at 10 o'clock at night, when we're down there with our outreach teams at Project 360, I can call him, and every time he'll answer his phone, and with questions that we have as our outreach teams with Metro, Fly to Las Vegas are out there just loving on our lost and our broken, and he's a good man. I know him personally. I can trust him, and he's always been there. So I just want to argue on his behalf that he's a wonderful human being. He's a good dude, and I'm honored to be a part of your Marriage Faith Initiative, and I would like to lobby for a caretaker position for Mr. Joey Mitchell. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, we are going to close the public comment at this time. We'll move on to agenda item 11. And is business items, possible action, any items that the council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, table, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Consent item 12 for possible action to approve a broadcasting agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the Las Vegas Soccer LLC doing business as Las Vegas Lights regarding live broadcasting of all the Lights 2018 season games on KCLV Channel 2, action requested, abeyance to February 21st, 2018, requested by staff. We have a discussion item numbers 47 and 48, GPA 71428 and ZON 71429, abeyance items, general plan amendment, rezoning, public hearing, applicant owner, First Presbyterian Church, and their request is an abeyance to February 21st, 2018. We have discussion item number 50, VAR 71958, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant owner, Boeco Homes LLC at 2401 Wilson Avenue. The request is abeyance to 2/21/2018, requested by the applicant. We have a discussion items 51 and 52, VAR 71995 and SDR 71996, abeyance items, public hearing, applicant Halvey Realty Partners, and they request abeyance to 2/21/2018, requested by the applicant. And Mayor, I so move on those 4 items, that the abeyance be granted.
Thank you, and that's your motion?
That's my motion, I so move.
Okay, and there's a motion on those items. Please vote and please post. Motion's carried. Thank you very much. Agenda item 13. Items 13 through 27 on the consent agenda considered to be routine, recommended for approval by the departments, may be enacted in one motion. I need to read a correction into the record for item 15, which should read wards 3 and 5, Councilman Coffin and the vacant seat. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward? Okay. And so I will, where am I reading that?
Well, item 12 has been obeyed.
Yeah, item 12's been obeyed, and a correction into the record for item 15, that's just it. I don't need to read anything more but that, just to correct it, correct? Okay. So, did we vote on the motion? Are we done?
We didn't have the motion.
Okay. Would you do that, please?
Yes, Mayor, I so move that we go, that we approve the consent agenda as given.
Thank you. So motion, please vote, and please post. Motion carries, and we are going to pull forward, because so many of you have given up your day to come down here on agenda items 34 and 35. So at this point, let me put the card back here so I know where I'm headed. Okay. Discussion for possible action regarding the selection of an appointee to serve as the interim Ward 5 council purpose from following nominees: John Edmond, Todd Moody. Item number 35, which I'm reading also, discussion for possible action regarding the method which will be used to fill the Ward 5 vacancy from the following options. 1, to direct staff to place an item on the February 21st, 2018 agenda listing the names of potential appointees, which will be gathered in method described by the City Council, from which the Council will select and make an appointment as allowed by the City Charter, Section 1.160, or number 2, to declare by resolution a special election be held to fill the vacancy as allowed for in NRS Chapter 268.325. And so, Ms. Luann Holmes, who's our city clerk, please go forward.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Luann Holmes. I'm the city clerk for the City of Las Vegas, and today I'm here to present the options for filling a vacant council seat. As you all know, City Charter Section 1.160 states that a vacancy in the office of the mayor, council member, or municipal judge must be filled by the majority vote of the entire council within 30 days after the occurrence of that vacancy. In the case of the Ward 5 seat, the vacancy started on January 23rd, 2018, so your 30-day window ends February 21st, 2018 at the end of the business day. Charter goes on to state that the appointee must have the same qualifications as required of the elected officials, including without limitation any applicable residency requirement. In this case, the appointee must be a resident of Ward 5. In conjunction to the aforementioned city charter, Nevada Revised Statute 268.325 states that if a vacancy occurs in the governing body of a city, the governing body may, in lieu of appointment, declare by resolution a special election to fill the vacancy. With these two guiding requirements, there were 3 agenda items created and placed in today's agenda to allow you to discuss and take action on any of the available options. These options are to appoint a caretaker or interim council member to fill the seat until the 2019 election or to call for a special election. Item 34 is discussion for possible action regarding an appointee to serve as caretaker or interim council member. Your 2 nominations are John Edmond and Todd Moody. These 2 gentlemen proactively approached various council members requesting consideration of the caretaking seat with the promise that they would retain current support staff and would not run for the seat in the 2019 election, as evident by the backup letters attached to the agenda item. And just to note, there is no law or obligation for the city to first reach out to caretakers before deciding upon a direction to take in filling the vacancy. After the agenda posted, we were asked if any more names could be considered today as part of the caretaker vote. And unfortunately, the law, which is NRS 241.020.295, prohibits you from taking administrative action in regards to an individual without their name appearing on the agenda and being properly noticed well in advance of the meeting. Because these 2 gentlemen came forward prior to posting the agenda and they promised to not run for the seat in 2019, the decision was made to place their names on the agenda for today's consideration. Now, if you don't take action on item 34 or you cannot come to a consensus, item 35 has been written that allows you to either discuss how you'd like to move forward with other nominations for the appointment or call for a special election. And if you call for a special election, we'll need to follow item 35 with a vote on item 41, which is the required resolution declaring the special election. Do you have any questions for me?
Sorry, thank you, Ms. Holmes. Yes, you'd mentioned that the candidate or candidates in this January 23rd to February 23rd had to be a resident of Ward 5. All candidates have to be a resident for how many days? How long a period of time?
I'll let legal
Mayor,
answer that.
there is no requirement as there is for an elected office. They just have to be a resident of Ward 5. There's no length of time required. Probably by the time that they take their oath, they have to be a resident.
For the appointee position.
Oh, this is only for the appointee position. Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may?
Yes, please.
And Mayor, I just would like to take this chance, if I could, to address you, the council, and the members of the community that are here, and on the audience, if we're able to move forward. I don't have a question for Luann.
Okay, I would want to make a statement, though, before yours, because I'm not sure what where you're headed. I just wanted to thank everybody who has called, either with an interest to be a caretaker after the fact, or as soon as the announcement was made that the seat was vacant. We had some wonderful, kind, good people who have called before and after. And then, too, we've had quite a number, even though the sign-up to run as a candidate has yet to open in the clerk's office, we've had a wonderful response from the community of people who are so qualified to fill the vacancy. And I just want to say it's been, while it's been a sad time for the council, it really has been very rewarding to all of us to have the visits from members of the community who either wanted to put their name in after the fact as a caretaker or who have indicated that they are considering running. They hadn't thought about it before, but they are going to put their name in when the time comes. We have a wonderful candidate pool just thus far for when the seat opens, whether it be in a special election or when it would be at the end of the 2019, 18, 19 filling of the seat. So I just just wanted to thank all and anybody who's watching. Thank you for your caring for the ward. Thank you for your caring for the city and for all the things you've been doing up to this time. We're a very fortunate city, and we have good, kind, caring people that have a good attitude about what the need is for us. So thank you all, and now I will turn it on down to you, Councilman. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to echo some of your comments, yes, and to the community and to the city as a whole. In many ways, today is a sad day that we're even having to consider this. And on the other hand, I'm enthused and energized by the outpouring of support and the eagerness to be part of the process that we've heard in the room today, and that we've heard in our phone calls and the visits to the office, that the community is really engaged. But I'd like to share that in this sad time, it appears that there is only one way that we can retain and maintain the integrity of this council, to retain the integrity of our city, to give the people of Ward 5 a voice, to be heard, and to be represented by somebody responsible to them, and not responsible to somebody else that doesn't live in Ward 5 or a council of 4. I think we have a precedent. We have a precedent that a few years ago, under this mayor's leadership, we had a special election for a vacancy in Ward 2, and I see Ward 5 is no different than that of Ward 2. The cost of this has been brought up in discussions, and the cost of democracy and the cost of this relative to the size of our budget is minimal. This is not even a factor of consideration in this kind of a situation. I've heard the timing to be a concern, and I know that we can get this expedited. We would have a person in a seat through a special election in just about a little over 60 days. The election would be inside of that. So that is not an issue. We would have a maximum of 4 council meetings between now and then. There is no greater right that our people have than to be heard. There is no louder voice. There is no pundit on TV. There is no columnist that has a louder voice than somebody shouting their opinion in the voting booth. And it may sound trite to some, but the members of our military, including myself, have spent our lives defending the most sacred right this country has and this community has, and that is the right to vote. Bloodshed on the battlefield is a reality, and it would be sad for those sacrifices to be overturned today so that a council with a majority of 4 people to pick the representatives Ward 5. I truly believe that from my heart, and I know our community would benefit and believes that as well. So I would like to make a motion right here. I would like to bring forth, and I'm addressing item 35, subparagraph 2. I would like to make a motion to give a voice to the people of Ward 5, to ensure the integrity of this council in this city, and I'd like my fellow council members to join me in support of special election, to allow the people to get back to their daily business, to let the campaign to be held in the community and not in the city hall. And at this time, I move for paragraph 35, subparagraph 2, to declare by resolution a special election to be held to fill the vacancy as allowed in chapter 268-325. Mayor, that is my motion.
Thank you very much, Councilman. There is a motion on the floor, please.
Can we make a comment? We can't, I
Yes.
mean, you know,
No,
if
it's
a
all
person
right.
speaks,
Yes,
you don't
no,
know they're going to make a
absolutely.
motion.
Yes,
so.
absolutely.
I think the fact that I believe every single one of us up here believes quite strongly, I know I've talked with some of you, that the voice of who should represent them should come from those who are represented. So I think that's very, very important, which would mean a special election. I would like to see, however, how we might be able to handle this too, and maybe after the vote we'd do that. But for example, it'll be 2.5 months between now and, according to the information you gave us, that we can get the person to take the oath and be seated. Is that correct? Looks like it to me.
April 17th would be the vote, and the person be seated on April 18th.
18th, they would be seated on the 18th, and this is the 7th, and as I've checked everything out, I come to 10 weeks. So in any case, I would just wonder if there's a way after we vote and everything, if that's the way we go special election, that we consider now how we're going to have the people handle for those who live in Ward 5, who's going to handle that in the meantime? Because that's a long time and some important votes are coming up. So I wanted to make the comment that I believe that we sincerely feel they should have the right to vote for who represents them.
Right, as you would want in your ward.
And as I would want in my ward, absolutely. But I do want to make sure that if we go that direction, we also ensure that in that 2.5 months, we have a way that we're handling things so that the Ward 5 people are not left out of some big votes that are going to come up. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Councilman, maybe to speak, you could take your mask off.
Well, thank you, Mayor.
Really
Can you
must
understand me if I leave it on?
Well, if you'd be
I
very...
would rather not broadcast any germs down on the people below. And
It's fine, it's
maybe
clearer.
bad chest cold.
Before it wasn't quite so clear.
It's not the flu, but it's something I don't want to spread. Well, first of all, Mayor, let me congratulate you on taking the lead on this. As soon as Ricky Barlow resigned, you set up your office to be open, and you let people come in. You told them, you want to talk? Come on, I have an open door. And I sat with you on some of those interviews. You started, I think, at 7 o'clock last Monday, a week ago Monday. And you had an open door, and everybody who wanted to see it or could get in time did do that. I've served with Harvey. He was there. Hello, Harvey. And I've had a great respect for Cedric, knowing him for many years as a capable public servant. The activists who have come here, I think there's more people speaking for an election. So whereas I was prepared to fill that seat right away with any one of half a dozen really qualified people, it could have been a caretaker or it could have been an immediate election because, you know, you just know that they're going to be good and they'll stand a test in a year anyway. So no risk, but I feel that it is important now that I sense the mood of the council would be to go for an election. So I will support the motion if it doesn't get too complicated. I would say that it's something that people on Ward 5 are really ready for. They know how to run elections. They run them fast and furious. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And anyone else comments? Okay, would we have 3 who have not yet voted? Would you please be sure to vote? Councilman Coffin? Councilwoman? And please post. It's unanimous, a special election. Now, I want to add, if you'll just stay seated for a few moments, I mean, it's really important that the whole community is involved, obviously, with the opportunity for anybody who's interested. The filing dates, I want to make sure that those who are watching from home or somewhere else, the filing dates, if you are a candidate interested, are what, please, Mrs. Holmes?
The opening for candidate filing will be February 13th in our office right here at City Hall, and the close of candidate filing will be the 14th. So that's next Tuesday and Wednesday. Following that...
Only those 2 days?
Only those 2 days.
This is very important that everybody that's watching, you hear, there are only 2 days that are going to be open if you're interested in filing. Here at City Hall, on your office is on the second floor? Second floor.
Right across the way. Along with that, we will have early vote. We'll begin on March...
Excuse me, don't go there yet.
Okay, don't go.
What do they need to bring with them if they are interested in filing, and what is the cost of filing?
Proof of residency, it could be in a bill. You need to bring your ID. We'll have all these requirements and the calendar up on our website by the end of day today. It'll list all the filing requirements, documents that you need to bring, and any important dates they need to understand.
And again, it's next Tuesday and next Wednesday.
Correct.
From what time in the morning?
7 to 5:30.
7 to 5:30 are the only 2 days for filing for this. And if you would consider continuing, I'm sorry.
We need to know how much.
The fee's $100.
And is that payable only in cash?
No, we take checks as well.
Oh, okay. I've had to pay for some people before, so. We are taking checks?
It's $100.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please then continue.
Early vote will begin March 22nd and end on March 23rd, and then Election Day will actually be March 27th. And state law requires after Election Day, we have to canvass at a regular meeting, so that meeting will be April 4th. and the person will be seated at the next regular meeting after the canvass, which will be April 18th.
And how is the election going to be conducted, by a mail ballot, or how is the election being conducted?
We'll be utilizing vote centers similar to what we did in the last municipal election. We'll have the location of all the vote centers as well as the location of early voting sites up on the website by the end of the day.
By the end of today?
Yes.
And this is a voting center here as well at City Hall?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are there any voting centers? We are in Ward 3.
Right, we have 3.
Are there any voting centers in Ward 5?
Yes, of course we do.
Okay. Would you know where they are?
Tobler Elementary School for Election Day, Tobler Elementary School and Doolittle will be the vote centers on Election Day. And then for early vote, we have Las Vegas Athletic Club, Doolittle, and City Hall as well.
Okay. So, thank you. We will go on now. At this point, we need to go back and strike agenda item 34.
Correct.
So may I have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem, to strike item 34?
Move to strike item number 34.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Thank you. Let's see. And now we need to go on to agenda item 41?
Correct.
Okay. Goodness, we are so lucky to have such a wonderful clerk's office that can play the mumbly peg of all of this. All right, agenda item 41, R14-2018, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution calling for a special election to fill the vacant Ward 5 seat and other matters relating thereto. This is the cost, or is this a ceiling cost?
The ceiling. We've handed out to all of you, the question of cost came up. We do have an interlocal with Clark County, and so our cost will be no more than $80,000 is what we have on the budget item. We expect to spend entirely less than that.
Wonderful, and that will be made public at the time we have conducted it, I gather?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay, 80,000 general fund. So, Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion, please?
I so move.
Okay, there's a motion to approve agenda item 41. Please vote and please post. Unanimous. Thank you very much. You did a great job for us. And so we're just excited.
I'm sure, I'm just going to mention again, because I'm concerned about 10 weeks when some very big items are coming up, that we have it somewhere, either Mr. Mitchell or whatever, somehow that the needs of Ward 5 are carried through at meetings, even though we're waiting for the special election. That's
What I'm going to ask our city manager, Scott Adams, to respond to that question.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, Scott Adams, City Manager. It's our intent to leave the entire Ward 5 staff in place. We'll continue to work with them on serving the needs of the constituents in Ward 5. If there are any major matters that come up that are of a policy nature, I'll certainly bring those to the mayor's attention. And then at some point, if any of those rise to the level of requiring consideration of the council during that interim period, we certainly can take appropriate action. But it is our intent to continue to serve the needs of constituents in Ward 5 continuously until such time as the election occurs.
And as elected at large, Mayor Pro Tem, I offered my services to Ward 5 in the interim, and then 2, as a particular issue may come up that might need to be obeyed, we always have that option later on. But between the staff and city manager and his direction and the open door to my office at any time, having been elected at large, which means by all ward people, that's where we are.
I just, I didn't know if staff could, be able to handle this, because some of it gets to really high, complicated things, although they do a lot, I know.
Sure.
But as long as you're involved and the mayor's involved.
We have. We've already, the moment that the resignation occurred, we put in place
an oversight mechanism to make sure that we're working with the staff in Ward 5 and monitoring the activities of the staff, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay.
Thank you. And I want to thank again Mr. Moody, Mr. Todd Moody, and Mr. John Edmonds for their offer to serve in the interim position, had that been the direction of the council. So thank you all, and we're going to move back to agenda item 28, and I see we have Colonel Mongold, who, after I read it into the, would be happy to hear from you. It's a public hearing anyway. Thank you all, and City Clerk's office, thank you. Thank you very much. We're on to agenda item number 28. This is administrative. Abeyance item, report by the University of Nevada, Las Vegas staff, associated and public hearing, and discussion for possible action regarding the report, which addresses a required cost-benefit analysis concerning the installation of fire sprinklers in certain new residential construction. This is in reference to all wards. This item is related to Bill number 2017-19. Note, possible action to be taken under this item includes the consideration of making findings whether or not, 1, requiring the installation of an automatic fire sprinkler system in new residential dwelling units with an area of livable space of less than 5,000 square feet is to benefit the owners of the residential dwelling units to which the requirement would be applicable, and 2, such benefit exceeds the cost related to the installation of automatic fire sprinkler systems in such residential dwelling units. This item does involve public hearing, but we're going to start with hearing from staff. And good morning, Mr. Sanchez.
Mayor, City Council, Orlando Sanchez, Deputy City Manager. It's been a long time coming, but we're here. So we finally made it to the finish line. First of all, I'd like to recognize and thank a lot of players that made this thing happen and make it less painless for everyone involved. But I'd like to particularly thank Fire Chief McDonald, Deputy Chief Nolan, our Planning Director, soon-to-be Planning Director, hopefully, Robert Summerfield, Peter, also our building official Kevin, our Mike Jansen, our Public Works Director, hopefully, and a lot of parties that were involved in this to make this happen. And of course, our partners, our stakeholders, external stakeholders, Nate, Matt, and Amanda, the entire team. We did a fantastic job working together. So that said, I'm not going to belabor this any longer. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Nolan, and we'll get down to business. I'm into Chief McDonald, and let this go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Willie McDonald. I'm the city's fire chief. I'm ecstatic to be here this morning. I am very much a passionate supporter of automatic fire sprinklers, so today is very important to me, and I want to echo the comments of Mr. Sanchez in that this, to me, has represented maybe the best in government. We have had such great support and collaboration amongst all the city departments, including our city manager's office, our city attorney's office, planning, building, just great support and collaboration in getting us to today. And I also want to thank our partners in the community, Southern Nevada Home Builders, our Association of Realtors, just amazing support and collaboration to get us to where we are today. I want to give you a little background on automatic fire sprinklers and our own experience, in addition to the national experience that we've had in terms of fire fatalities, and then I'll turn it over to our fire marshal. In the time period between 2006 and 2016, the country has experienced about 3,500 fire fatalities on average every year in fires that occurred across the country. And of those, almost 80%, over 80% in every one of those years have occurred in residential structures. More men die than women. The greatest impact is on the youth and elderly, and in fact, the age group that is hit the hardest is people that are over 85 years old. Here locally in the city of Las Vegas, we've experienced 50 fire deaths in the last 10 years, and again, 80% of those have occurred in residential structures. And the worst single fire that we've had in recent history, in the reported fire in the city of Las Vegas, occurred in January of 2017, we lost 3 lives that night. Most of the fires are accidental. Over 50% of those are caused by cooking fires, and they occur everywhere. And so, again, I'll say that the experience of automatic fire sprinklers absolutely saves lives, absolutely reduces property. This is the most beneficial thing we can do for our community, and it will prevent life, and it absolutely supports the City Council Public Safety strategic theme of becoming the safest high-profile city in America. And so I'm proud to be here. I'd like to introduce our Fire Marshal, Robert Nolan.
Thank you, Chief McDonald. Mayor and council, city staff, and audience. Prior to presenting our cost-benefit analysis, I just want to remind you, it is required that it be received at a public hearing, and that we will ask at the conclusion that a vote be taken as to whether or not you agree with the findings of the report. Throughout the process of developing our cost-benefit analysis, we sought and received feedback from stakeholder groups such as Southern Nevada Home Builders Association, attending here to my left, AGC, NCA, IAFF, Las Vegas Valley Water District, the Sprinkler Fitters Association, and the Greater Las Vegas Association of Realtors. The result of this collaboration is our MOU that is included as a part of the cost-benefit report and is submitted with the report to council at this time. I think that we're going to hand it out.
And you have one for the city clerk? Oh,
Yes.
Thank you.
This MOU is slightly different than the version read in, that you were briefed on, in that we added a trigger point into item 19 that ties the contingency to the Title 19 changes, the adoption of the Title 19 changes, which are necessary to realize the benefits throughout the document, and also grants an exemption in item 21 that single-family developments within tentative maps approved prior to the effective dates of this MOU would be exempt from residential fire sprinkler systems, exempt from the mandatory sprinkler requirements. They could optionally add them and realize some of the benefits, but they would be exempt from the mandatory requirements if they already had recorded and approved maps. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce as our guest speaker, the author of the actual report, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Sanford Sandy Mangold, adjunct professor at University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Come on up, Sandy.
And thank you for your service to our country, Colonel, and I can just feel Colonel Soroka down there must be jumping for joy. Are you?
Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Sandy has over 27 years of active military experience, including serving at NASA, at the Johnson Space Center, which is in Houston, not in the Bahamas, as I was corrected earlier. And he was in Washington, D.C. as an aide to the Joint Chiefs. His teaching experience includes the University of Maryland, Fort Collins, Colorado, and the Army War College. He has spent the last 7 years at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, as an adjunct professor at the UNLV School of Urban Affairs and Leadership. Did I get that correct?
Pretty close.
Okay, without any further ado, Sandy.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you very
Again,
much.
Thank you.
I'd like to add also that when I was first introduced to my good friends in the Home Builders Association, they were very unimpressed with my credentials until I explained to them I supplemented my ROTC scholarship as a roofer and a framing carpenter. Nate then said, "Oh, you had a real job." So I was one of them. I was also a volunteer firefighter, so this was very near and dear to my heart. As you know, ma'am, and council, the purpose was to present a cost-benefit analysis in accordance with Nevada state law. We looked at the various statutes that are displayed here on the screen, and we determined that we could probably undertake this because what had happened was that there were, go ahead and let's go to the next slide. There were several different studies that had been done. In 2007, the NIST, the National Institute for Standards and Technology, did a nationwide study, and they indicated that the cost-benefit was substantial to the residents, the homeowner, to have installed fire sprinkler systems. The Southern Nevada Home Builders Association looked at that and said, we need to look at this from a Nevada standpoint, not taking a nationwide data, which makes good sense. Their initial analysis showed that there was going to be a cost to the homeowner to do that, as indicated on this slide. The fire department came to UNLV and said, we need an honest broker to come in and just look at this and see if we can resolve both sides from an objective, dispassionate perspective. And that's why we were brought in to look at this. Next chart. So what happened over the last 2 years is that we routinely met with the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue officials. We talked to fire marshals from across the United States and got a wide variety of perspectives on the use of fire sprinkler systems. There were 58 separate studies that we looked at in some detail to determine what studies had been done and what information we could use potentially in this study. We talked to major insurance carriers. As the Colonel knows, I'm in USAA, and I happen to know the chairman of the board for USAA. He actually retired me. And I talked to him. He put me in touch with his insurance folks that handled fire insurance. They put me in touch with 12 different insurance companies across the United States that I spoke with, and I got a general understanding of how you could reduce the insurance costs specifically dedicated to fire insurance on each home if there was a fire sprinkler system installed. And we spoke to some recognized analytical firms that looked into fire sprinkler systems over the years. So we tried to do a comprehensive staff study on this and come up with a reasonably objective point of view. We did an in-depth cost analysis using established cost-benefit algorithms. Next chart. I'd like to talk a little bit about a fire, and I'd like to also say that in the last fire that I fought, I was involved in a flashover, so I know exactly what that feels like. It takes about 45 seconds for a smoke alarm to activate. Within 2.5 minutes, the room's filled with smoke. Temperatures start to rise. Within 2.5 to 3.5 minutes, the family's got to be out of the house, period, or they're going to die. Within 3.5 minutes, what happened to me was, and I was in full bunker gear at the time, the fire climbs the walls, goes across the ceiling and down the other side. And when you're in full bunker gear, as my fire department colleagues will explain or will understand, your Scott Air Pack fogs up from the inside. You can't see anything but yellow. And it's so hot you can't believe it. So what I did is I reverted to my fire experience, my fire school experience, dropped to my hands and knees, and followed my hose out of the building. But I was in full bunker gear. If you're not in full bunker gear, you're going to die because temperatures reach 1,200 degrees within 3.5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, on average, across the United States, the fire department is alerted. Within 10 minutes, they arrive. The house is fully involved. Next chart. This chart will graphically show exactly what I spoke about as well. It shows you if you're not out of the house within 3.5 minutes, there's major problems. You're going to lose some life. Next chart. Without fire sprinkler systems, when you arrive, and again, I saw this firsthand as a fireman, you're going to put about 100,000 gallons of water on a house. You're going to break into the house. And our new houses have synthetics in them, right? And they're fire accelerants. The new efficient houses will hold the heat in. They'll hold the smoke in. So when a fireman breaks down the door, comes through a window, everything comes out. And firemen are put at risk. There's the increased danger to firefighters also is the carcinogens. It's one of the things that I experienced, and my fire colleagues will speak to. When a fire occurs, everything burns, and you cannot believe the smell and the acidic air. Next chart. With fire sprinkler systems, within 45 seconds, the sprinkler heads come on. 2.5 minutes, the temperatures will rise to 150 degrees. The fire sprinklers will kick in. It puts out about 13 gallons of water per minute on the ignition source. The family gets out of the house. Within 5 minutes, just same scenario. The fire department's alerted. 10 minutes, they arrive. Next chart. This chart graphically explains my points that I made in the previous chart. These are taken from national studies, by the way, these 58 studies that we reviewed. Next chart. With fire sprinkler systems, on average, you're putting about 200 gallons of water on a house, and you can do normal entry. Studies have shown that 97% of the time you're going to survive a fire in a residence with a fire sprinkler system. What we determined in looking at this from a cost-benefit analysis was that because assessors are not now assessing the economic value of putting a fire sprinkler system in a house, you have to say, well, what is it? What is the difference between a house with fire sprinkler systems and without fire sprinkler systems? And so what we looked at was, what is the value of human life? What is the cost of survival? Survival is the key determination. Cost is important. That's why we were hired, and that's what we looked at. Next chart. What we determined was with average cost of home appreciation, and we drew this from our colleague's study, the one that I referenced early, applied analysis study, 2.8% growth, which is very modest growth in the valley. You're going to pay for your fire sprinkler system within 12 to 18 months. We also looked at those things that the fire department would be willing to trade off to the home builders if fire sprinkler systems were mandated. And they're listed, some of the major ones are listed on this chart, and were the source of many of the decisions made in the MOU that the chief referred to earlier. What we determined is that on homes from 2,000 to 5,000 square feet, the increased volume of sales could drive down the cost to something under $150 per square foot of installed. That number is we know that's the top end. We're not sure how low that's going to go based on volume and based on competition. But we agree with our colleagues from Southern Nevada Home Builders that $1.50 a square foot is probably a reasonable cost. The insurance premiums can be reduced. We found it was only reduced about $89. Our colleagues said it may be even more than that. So it's a range of $89, $100 to $900 you're going to see in your homeowner's insurance being dropped. Projected, as I mentioned, the projected cost of the home appreciation is 2.8%. And the combined effects are that within 12 to 18 months, they're going to pay for themselves. Next chart.
Excuse
However,
me,
after we,
could I ask you
yes,
a question,
ma'am, of course.
Colonel? In the bigger developments where the developers are making more and more homes, individual units.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that reduce, did you find that reduces the cost per unit to the new buyer? The larger the development.
Yes, ma'am. I
the more
understand the volume, the
Yeah.
increased volume. That's how we got down to $1.50 a square foot. Because it's not required now, it's optional. Costs are much higher to install today. So if it were mandated for all new homes under 5,000 square feet, the expectation is we could get down to something around $1.50 per square foot. Yes, ma'am. What occurred after we had our public meetings and we started talking to our friends in the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association is they took the ideas that were being offered by the fire department, plus also came up with some of their own, and said, we're going to do a cost-benefit analysis ourselves. And we did this cooperatively. And I want to emphasize that. We started meeting with them, and they were tremendous hosts. I'd like to talk to you about improving your coffee, but that's another issue. What we did was worked with them over the last 3 months, came up with a cost-benefit analysis, which is appendix, or rather attachment 5 in the detailed briefing. It's one that our friends from Applied Analysis came up with. It's an excellent reduction of all the cost associated. And the important thing to recognize is that they did not include the 2.8% growth in appreciation in housing. So we think it's even going to be better than what they've shown there. But basically, it's a wash. Because of the reduced cost to the builders, which we hope would be passed on to the home buyers, we anticipate that it's not going to cost the home buyers any additional money to put fire sprinkler systems in their home. Plus, they get all of the safety benefits. So economically, it's a zero cost. Next chart. Again, this is an editorial comment on my part. Cost is the wrong metric. What we found is that even without debating the value of death or injury, we showed that the fire sprinkler systems are fully amortized early in the life of a home. Survival is paramount. You got to get out of that home fast. Mandated fire sprinkler systems have proven not to be a deterrent to home builders. Henderson has outpaced Las Vegas for the last few years. They mandate it. And they're doing very, very well, and that's also in the study. Next chart. Our position is, UNLV's position is, if this is the only issue, pass the ordinance. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Go Air Force. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Council?
I have a question.
Councilman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Colonel. Just a couple of questions. I'm still kind of making up my mind on this whole thing. But so according to this cost-benefit analysis, from what I saw in your presentation, you put up roughly the number $2,300 to put in a sprinkler system in a house. Obviously, if it's smaller, it's less than that. If it's bigger, it'll be more than that, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
That was the number that was in there. And what you're saying is that cost will basically go away because in 12 to 18 months because of insurance premium reduction and appreciation in the house. Is that?
That's what we found initially, yes, sir. Okay. Now, our Southern Nevada Home Builders Association took that, and they then took the recommended changes that the fire department said they could make to street widths, sidewalks, cul-de-sacs, and said, let's cost that out. And they then turned to their good friends at Applied Analysis, and they costed it out as indicated in Attachment 5. So in addition to what we saw, they saw, hey, with all these opportunities being offered to the home builder may not want to take advantage of them, but with all these opportunities being offered to the home builder, it's a zero cost because of the increased benefits that are provided by the fire department as if sprinklers are mandated. So both ways you win.
Okay.
12 to 18 months maximum, yes, sir.
I guess another way to look at it, if I'm purchasing a home, and I could be, purchasing a home after 50 years ownership, or it could be I'm a first-time buyer. I'm a brand new family person. I have a kid, and I'm 25 years old. I'm purchasing my first house. So you go to purchase your house, and you have the base price of the house, and then you're going to add a little carpeting, and you're going to add a little upgrade over here. But what we're saying here is, when I go to purchase my house, there will be a $2,300 attachment to the price of the house when I purchase it, and which means when I go for my mortgage, instead of $100,000, it'll be $100,000 plus the $2,300 that I'm purchasing the house for, right?
That would have been true.
That is true, unless you can tell me it's not.
That would have been true if you had accepted the 2.8% growth that I came up with in the study. However, when you look at Attachment 5, what they show is that given the trade-offs that the fire department has offered to the home builders, that cost goes to zero because the cost of the house will come down. The cost to the home builders will come down, which should be passed on to the home owners, the home purchasers.
Okay. So the base price of $100,000
drops to $98,150 or $97,750.
So the base price of the house goes down when you add sprinklers to it?
If the home builder takes advantage of all or most of the trade-offs that are offered in Attachment 5, that appears to be correct based on our joint analysis. If they do not, within 12 to 18 months, it's going to get paid off anyway.
Well, that would be if they sold the house down the road.
If they sold a house down the road, or they did a second mortgage, yes, sir.
Right, but initially, the price would, the $2,300 would be there in the purchase of the house.
If the home builder did not take advantage of the additional cost reductions that have been offered by the fire department and then integrated into the cost. The fact that the home builders could have narrower roads, deeper cul-de-sacs, et cetera.
So could you make the same argument with home security systems, that it should be mandatory to have a home security system because it'll reduce insurance premiums, it'll reduce the number of burglaries, and there's way more burglaries than there are
Actually, it's an interesting...
And home invasions, and you should mandate a home security system and a home invasion panic button and kind of make those mandatory for houses.
You know, that's an interesting point, and I certainly thought about that as I was doing the staff study. The issue is this, is that when you talk to my insurance company, USAA, $89 a year on reducing my insurance premium if I had a fire sprinkler system, $89. That was all. There were some that were more, some were less. It was an average of $89. Our Home Builders Association colleagues went out and they looked also. And they said, you know, there may be more money, but $800, it doesn't matter. That's not very much money, right? The question is this, is that it comes down to survival. If we believed that a burglar or a home invader was going to kill my family, then I would say absolutely, I need a security system. But that's not the case. Is a fire is going to kill you. It's going to kill you within 2.5 to 3 minutes. You're going to die. And so the question then is how much safety and how much security is enough? It comes down to survival. You're not going to survive a residential fire in all probability. That's what it came down to.
That's a valid point. The only other side of that, there are, I don't know what the statistics are, but there's probably more people that die in a home invasion burglary than in a fire.
Perhaps. I was burglarized once, so, you know.
All right. Thank you for your information. Appreciate
They did drink up all my booze, but they didn't kill me. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Your Honor. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may take the mask off. I do think I've been watching this fight for 35 years because after the MGM burned in 80, then the Helen caught fire in 82, and everybody got the nerve in Carson City to go ahead and vote for retroactive sprinkling of high-rises. It's been smooth, and we have the safest hotels and the safest domiciles in the country, probably the world, if you look at the fires. I only have some objections to some construction materials that are allowed, but as they say, if properly installed, they're okay. However, in all these years, and this has been a heck of a fight between home builders and contractors on one side, firefighters on the other. In all these years, I have never heard of a concession coming from local government and a realistic analysis of what you could do if you changed your codes on anything that's fire-related. So the number of hydrants, the spacings between dwellings. Not just the single-family dwelling, but perhaps within multifamily, the additional load that is put on for fire, to stop fire spreading. I don't recall having heard that before. This is the first time that, as far as I know, that a local government has gone to meet them. And it's always been my way or the highway, and how can you value a life? And it really puts everybody in a tight spot when you phrase it that way. But it sounds to me like financially this nets out a heck of a lot better.
Yes, sir.
I want to hear from the home builders on this too, obviously. But it's a pretty good gambit. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very good, and in the interest of getting other people to the microphone, that will conclude our report.
Thank you very much. So this is a public hearing. Have you had the public hearing?
No.
Well, this is a public hearing, so please state your name for the record and knowing who you are, but still, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. My name is Nat Hodgson, a.k.a. Nate, of the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. I stand before you today, and I've talked to most of you about this, for a home builder association to sit down with the local government on this topic and work collaboratively is in my eyes historic, because to my knowledge it hasn't happened yet, and there's over 650 HBAs in the nation. So I want to thank the mayor and your leadership with the city council, and especially thank the city staff. We've been working on this for about 10 months. Very long meetings. These are tens and tens of hours of working on this, and to your point, Councilman Coffin, it was a collaborative effort. The package, it's a complete package with the MOU that you heard from Mr. Nolan. With the MOU and the cost benefit moving together, we do appreciate that. One thing I do want to just put on the record and move away is the installation of fire sprinklers will cost, at the end of the day, will cost, and it will have an additional cost to it. I mean, it isn't zeroed out. When you look at a cost benefit, there's a factor with the life and what you get off. The cost benefit penciled out, but it is going to be an additional cost. I want to make sure everybody's clear on that one. We received the latest cost benefit last night. I'll be honest, I haven't reviewed it. We will take the time to review it, but before you today, we have an agreement with the city on an MOU, which at the end of the day, that's the package we were looking at to move together, and it's acceptable to us. I know we've already executed it. So again, I want to thank the city for their partnership, and this was a long road, again, historic. I'm hoping it's the good historic that I go down known for. So with that, I'll turn it over to one of my other colleagues.
Good morning. Matt Walker with Bronstein Hyatt Farber Struck on behalf of the Southern Nevada Home Builders. Just wanted to again thank the sponsor of the bill and the mayor for your leadership, but for your leadership, we wouldn't have been able to pull together all of the departments that were necessary to put the package together that's before you today. We look forward to continuing to engage with staff to address the couple of remaining issues in terms of implementation, but couldn't be happier to pull together as a community and get this done for you, and appreciate your assistance in helping us get there, as well as city management.
I want to praise our staff, but I do want to thank you. I mean, to me, that's what life should be about. This is an exemplary time, what you have accomplished, pulling and mediating and working together to get a good resolve. And if we could stop being so fractioned and separated and divisive and angry, look what happens when you work together. It's a miracle. So I just want to thank you both. I mean, really, this is wonderful, and certainly our fire and rescue, our chief and Deputy Chief Nolan, and everybody that was involved from the city. That's what we are. That's our purpose. We're just to hopefully help pull people together to work through and make issues and benefit our people that we serve. So thank you. It's great. We appreciate it. Yes, please, Councilman.
Yeah, Nate, just a couple questions. So I just wanted, so you did say that if this goes into place, when somebody purchases a house, there will be a line item in the price of the house for sprinklers, correct?
Turn me off. You'll still have a base price, but in that base price will be the additional cost of the sprinkler system. And to Sandy's point, if there was mitigating factors that the builder was able to take advantage of, we would hope that they would pass it on the consumer. So instead of it costing $3,500, maybe it's $1,500. But there is an additional cost. I don't see a way where it's zeroed.
Okay.
Matt Walker for the record. So in the cost benefit study that's before you today, there's a 73-cent benefit to the home buyer associated with prevention of injury and prevention of death. That, while a significant savings for the cost benefit, is still a cost to the builder, still a cost to the home buyer. So that really is the discrepancy that we're talking about today between the cost benefit becoming cost neutral and the cost to the consumer becoming neutral. There is a cost, but according to the cost benefit study and accepted practices for determining value, it does pencil out on behalf of the homeowner.
Okay, and since this is just a report on this UNLV study tonight, it sounds like what I'm hearing from you two representing the home builders is you're almost to a point, or maybe you are today, where when we eventually vote on the ordinance, you will be in a position to accept sprinklers into the installation of homes as long as these other issues are dealt with. That sounds like that's where you're coming from here pretty soon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, as a package.
Okay, you're looking at a package. And is that package done, or are you still, there's a few things you're still ironing out?
Matt Walker, for the record. I think there are a couple of issues in terms of best practice inspection items that we've talked to council extensively about, and I apologize again for the multiple meetings with all of you. But yes, there are still a couple of, in terms of implementation, we're going to continue to engage with staff and address those issues. But essentially, yes, we bargain in good faith, and if the package goes forward with best practices, we're absolutely prepared when the ordinance comes before you to be in support.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If I
Thank you
could,
again, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, ma'am. The question I have now is political, because this is a political item. We're only 12 months away from the next legislative session. Things have been changed in the legislative sessions. We've lost our authority to regulate firearms by a session. 3 years ago, we had no idea they were going to take that away from us to enable us to, take away our ability to react to October 1. So it happens in the club when it gets up there, because I was there for many years. I want to make sure that we have the sincerity, support, the sincere support of you going into that next legislative session. We have an MOU. I would expect that this is on our part good faith and on your part good faith, that you won't go up and start lobbying against it or start talking to candidates and leadership about lobbying against this because you were forced to do that.
Matt Hodgson, for the record, I can tell you that is correct. We will not, part of the bill that was passed to get us where we're at now is to do exactly what the city of Las Vegas is doing. At the end of the day, we're law-abiding citizens. We sat at the table. We're not jumping up and down, but, kudos to following the law, and, cost benefit comes out that's a net benefit with the total package. We're down to just one or two little items to work through. We'll be supportive of it. Well, again, it will be an added cost. I just got to keep saying that, but I don't have anything on my radar. I'm going to go up and try to have a bill to overturn it.
What I am concerned about is that we got to make sure there's communication constantly, not just between you and the department and the city manager's office, but also the members of the council, so that should there be a sticking point, let's not let a wound fester of some kind. Let's know about it so that you don't start to get tensions built up and then we end up at loggerheads over something as we approach another legislative session.
Councilman, you have my commitment on that.
All right, thank you, and I believe you. I hope you'll work with the other home builders associations and so on, too.
We're also a part of the state association, so there's only two of us, and we make up the state. So sometimes I can just go in the closet, talk to myself, and make a vote. It works out good.
Wonderful.
Just don't come out.
hey, Nat, before you go, I just wanted to publicly acknowledge what you said earlier, and to acknowledge the courage it took for you to step out and do this, regardless of how things turn out in the long run. What you did says a lot about you and about how you care about our community, and that how our whole community came together. It means a lot, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I know I'm not a fellow Air Force man, but it's my Marine coming out of me, so thank you.
We're all brothers. Love it.
Semper Fi. Way to go. Okay, public hearing. Anyone else? Going to close the public hearing, and I would entertain a motion from any of the ward council persons. Move to accept the report.
I will be happy to move to accept.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman,
Who's speaking?
down here. As
Steve,
as a prerequisite to adopting the ordinance, you must make certain findings based upon this public hearing. So if anybody is so inclined to make a motion to accept the report, it ought to include a motion that makes two findings. One, And if you don't like me, stop me.
Okay, keep
Councilman
going.
Coffin. The first finding would be that the required installation of sprinklers is to the benefit of residents, of owners of residential dwelling units, and number two, that the benefit exceeds the cost of the installation. As we've heard, the financial benefits don't necessarily exceed the costs, but we've heard about the benefits of life, and so you're welcome to include that in your motion. If you don't make that motion, or if nobody makes that motion, it doesn't pass, then the ordinance can't go forward.
Okay, since we had someone who volunteered to make the motion, let me turn to him and see if he agrees to those.
I do, Your Honor, and I think that probably I could restate it if you like. It's that I do move to accept this report, that it shows evidence, this testimony today, along with the memorandum of understanding and these studied by the UNLV consultants, show that a cost-benefit analysis favors the buyer and treats the builder fair, and that, in essence, cost-benefit analyses always have to include survival, as has been noted in testimony, and some intangibles which you cannot put a price on. But I think that in addition to benefit exceeding cost, it's always in the details as you move along. And I think that, my motion includes the fact that there is good faith reliance on both parties to follow through so that these projections should work out. And I think that should be enough of a motion.
Does that cover, Mr. Steed, everything you're suggesting?
Yes, I'd suggest that the motion be to accept the report and to make the two findings that I stated, which I'm happy to state again if you'd like.
Yes, if you would,
Okay.
please.
Finding number one, that the installation of an automatic fire sprinkler system in new residential dwelling units within an area of livable space of less than 5,000 square feet is to the benefit of the owners of the residential dwelling units. And such benefit, number two, such benefit exceeds the cost related to the installation of those sprinkler systems.
I think, Your Honor, the motion as restated by our counsel conforms exactly with my intent, so that is the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Steed. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. And again, thank you all for your work, and UNLV especially. Thank you, Colonel.
Madam
And that
Mayor,
motion carries, yes.
just as you had said, it just shows everybody working together can get it done. You didn't go in there with closed minds. You didn't get, with the intent that if somebody said something you didn't agree with, you'd get angry. You went in there trying to solve a problem, and that's wonderful. You made it finally. Good.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 29, discussion for possible action regarding exclusive negotiation agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc. and Jackson Shaw Company to determine the feasibility of a hotel development project on a portion of Parcel B and Symphony Park bounded by Symphony Park Avenue to the north, Promenade Place to the east, Clark Avenue to the south, and Grand Central Parkway to the west, Ward 5, which is vacant position, but I think as the group of the whole, we can respond.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Bill Arntz, Director, Economic and Urban Development. With me today is Joseph Blewett, who is Vice President of Asset Management for Jackson Shaw. Also with us today is Louis Shaw, who is the Chairman and CEO of the company. This is an exciting opportunity for Symphony Park and for our downtown area. As you know, for our Symphony Park master plan, it has been approved and adopted by the entire Las Vegas City Council. And part of that plan involves trying to figure out the right pieces of the puzzle. We believe this is an important piece of the puzzle, and we have a great partner help us with this piece in Jackson Shaw. Jackson Shaw Company is a Dallas-based developer and has expressed interest in designing, building, and owning a hotel on Parcel B in Symphony Park. The developer has a great track record nationally as well as locally. The developer has completed projects in Las Vegas, including Renaissance Las Vegas, a 14-story project across from the convention center, as well as the Hampton Inn Tropicana. Our approach with this developer is to take a two-step approach, where this item before you today is an exclusive negotiation agreement. And the reason for this is we want to give the developer a chance to do some extensive due diligence on everything that's happening in downtown Las Vegas. As you know, later on today on this morning's agenda, we have an item before you to take a look at
The first step in upgrading the Fremont Street Experience Canopy, which is an important attraction for downtown Las Vegas and the whole Las Vegas Valley. We also are working very closely with World Market Center Las Vegas to try to help not only continue their existing operations, but to look at a possible expansion. And on top of that, we have a lot happening in Symphony Park itself. So given everything that's happening and the importance of some of those really big catalyst projects that really could influence not only when a developer might build on Parcel B, but the scope and scale of the project, we thought it was a prudent step to take it as a two-step process, where the first step would be this E&A, this exclusive negotiation agreement, and then later on, if we reach agreement on terms, bring back at a later date and in a separate city council meeting a full disposition and development agreement. So this agreement simply takes this property off the market, Parcel B, for a very short period of time, a 120-day period. During that time, we'll work in good faith to try to reach an agreement on a disposition and development agreement, which would govern the sale of the property as well as the development of the property. Because of the developer spending time and money on studying due diligence for their project, we have agreed not to negotiate with any other hotel developer in Symphony Park during the period of the E&A. I would like to be abundantly clear that this does not concern Parcel PQ in Symphony Park, as Parcel PQ has already been sold to a third-party developer, and the developer has plans to do a gaming hospitality operation long-term on that property. This property for Parcel B and the project proposed on Parcel B is proposed to be a non-gaming hotel. So again, referencing my earlier comment, pieces of the puzzle, we think this really is complementary to everything else that's happening in Symphony Park. The project would also benefit from a planned parking garage on Parcel B, and terms for how the developer might use that future garage have not yet been negotiated, but that's also helping to kind of help this project come to fruition. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Shaw as well as Mr. Blewett. But before that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have of me on the project.
What, if I could, Mr. Arndt, what is the length of time on the ENA?
So the length of time is 120 days from today, so a four-month window. That's a pretty short window for a developer to do due diligence, not only on physically what the site looks like. As you know, it has a storied past, and there's a lot of information to digest, but also the developer's own feasibility, the market study, what average daily rates are for hotel rooms in downtown and the greater Las Vegas Valley. A lot of work. And as I turn it over to Mr. Blewett and Mr. Shaw, they know our community, they've built in our community, and they've already spent a lot of time and some money looking at this opportunity, and I'd love to turn it over to them to explain why they're interested in developing here. I think we have a wonderful potential partner in Jackson Shaw.
Thank you. Any council, any question for Mr. Arndt specifically? Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. It is a short period of time for an ENA. Will independent appraisals be conducted during that time, so we might have a good idea about what to ask, bid and ask in that deal?
Councilman, again, for the record, Bill Arndt, that's correct. So prior to any sale of the property or any disposition or sale agreement, we would conduct 2 independent appraisals per our appraisal process. We would also look at what other comparable sales are for this kind of product throughout the Las Vegas Valley, and any final price that would be mutually agreed upon would be an arm's length negotiation where we'd work in good faith to try to reach agreement on price, but any commitment on price would require your review and approval, and we would have those appraisals done prior to that, and they'd be part of the public record as well.
Right, I understand that, and I want to make sure that it's understood by others that my concerns about price are just ordinary due diligence on our part. And I also recognize this land is brownfields, so there is a risk involved, and you never really know until you get in and dig, take a look, and do a lot of core samples. So, you know, there is that mitigating factor on cost. But I do want to thank you for making sure that we will have new appraisals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Ms. Norton.
Mr. Shaw. Mr. Blewett, please.
Madam Mayor, City Council, it's a pleasure to be here today to present. We're presenting on Site B over in the Symphony Park area across
And
from the Smith
if I
Center.
could ask you reintroduce yourself so we get your name spelled correctly.
Joseph Blewett, Asset Manager for Jackson Shaw, developer with 45 years of experience in Dallas, Texas, and familiar with the Las Vegas market. We've had the Renaissance over by the Convention Center and several other hotels in the area, and just a great site and a great market to be in. Before you is the proposed hotel that we're looking at for Site B in the Symphony Park area. And we're looking at currently a 321-room hotel with 10,000 square feet of meeting room space and 9,500 square feet of retail space, first floor retail space. And the view is from Promenade, looking over at the World Market.
Questions? Yes, please, Councilman
Thank
Coffin.
you, Your Honor. Actually, this is, to remind people who are watching, this is in Ward 5. Normally, Councilman Barlow would be here peppering you with questions. I know you've met with him and you've met with me. And I think I did mention that the schematic of the layout, the design doesn't show a whole lot of imagination. I know you don't take that personally. It looks pretty dull. Because we're in an iconic area in town with a very limited amount of buildable space left. We've got that wonderful Frank Gehry architecture over at the Ruvo. We have the Smith Center, which is remarkable. And all of a sudden, I don't want to see just typical Las Vegas apartment construction in that area. It's got to show a little more flair. This is Las Vegas.
Absolutely. Duly noted. This is preliminary drawings of what the project is to come.
Okay, that is critical for us, I think, because we want to brag about it. The Renaissance Tower, is that the one that is glass enclosed on the west side of Paradise Road?
It is.
That is remarkable looking. I see it when I drive up the super arterial, and I think, I like that. I don't know if they can handle the heat in the building, so the question is how good is the glazing? But it looks good, facing the wind over there.
Great project.
So it is functioning as was designed?
It is. It's a 548-room, 20,000 square feet of meeting room space located to the left-hand side of the Convention Center.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Any other comments, questions?
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to say that I spoke with these two gentlemen yesterday, and this can be an absolutely great project. It truly would be wonderful for that area. And I just want to know, Mr. Ard, why don't you get me a project like this in Ward 1, huh? This would be wonderful. In the medical district, doesn't have to be this big, but just a really nice project, okay? But I think this will be wonderful.
Duly noted. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, also Jackson Shaw is hearing your plea, and maybe they could do a second project. Councilman Soroka.
Mayor, I'd just like to point out we have another in a series of veterans speaking before us today. So veterans do have imagination and creativity and real jobs, as they say. So thank you. This is an important step, and thank you again for stepping forward. It does take a bit of risk onto your shoulders, but as you know, we're talking about convention space possibly in the vicinity. We're talking about other residents in the area. We have the Smith Center right across the street that would benefit from having retail and eating establishments on the ground floor of your facility, or hopefully 2 floors if we change our rules. So I'm encouraged by you stepping forward, and please do good work with your study and continue to work with us because we appreciate your investment. But I wanted to echo Councilman Coffin's concern, and we chatted about it briefly yesterday. The head of the Smith Center is interested in the kind of architecture across the street as well. And you may not know this, but the Smith Center, even though it's a relatively new building in performing arts theater, is one of the top 10 in the world. So in that community, it is considered one of the top 10 in the world. So you have a great draw right across the street. So thank you, and appreciate your due diligence on this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman. And we're meeting with him today at 2:30.
Outstanding.
So, Mr. Shaw, anything?
On a hotel, Louis Shaw from Dallas, and been active in the Dallas community and in the National Community Building. This property here struck me when I first saw it because the Smith Center is truly a gem, and we would not be disrespectful in any way. The initial drawings are simply to define how many rooms would be possible. It's not about the architecture. It's about the operations inside the hotel, where things would go. So there's a lot of work yet to be done here. We appreciate this opportunity because Smith Center is truly something you can build around here to make the downtown experience of Las Vegas really unique.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask our Mayor Pro Tem, because 1, 3, and 5 are sort of like family around the Smith Center and Symphony Park, to make a motion on this, please, if you would.
I move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item number 29. Please vote and please post. Motion is unanimous, of course. And thank you, Mr. Arndt, and your staff, and we look forward to the end of 120 days when we see whatever is coming next.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 30, discussion for possible action regarding a disposition development agreement, DDA, between Breckenridge Group, Las Vegas, Nevada, LLC, and City Parkway 5, Inc., CPV, for sale and development of parcels N and O1 in Symphony Park for the construction of Class A multifamily housing and amenities located Symphony Park to the south, City Parkway to the west, West Carson Avenue to the north, and the railroad to the east, Ward 5, which is vacant. Item will be heard in conjunction with item 38, which I should probably read as well.
Yes, please.
Okay. And number 38, R11-2018, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution authorizing City Parkway V, Inc., CPV, to sell parcels N and O1 within Symphony Park located at Symphony Parkway to the south, City Parkway to the west, West Carson Avenue to the north, and the railroad to the east for the purpose of economic development without first offering it to the public for less than fair market value to Breckenridge Group of Las Vegas, Nevada, LLC, for development multifamily housing and amenities, Ward 5, vacant. Item to be heard in conjunction, of course, with the foregoing Ward 3.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, members of the City Council. Again, for the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. In introducing this item, I want to thank our ED team that worked on this, this proposal. Tracy Reich, Shawnee Coleman, and Jason Thompson from our team. Also want to thank Nick Niarchos, our special counsel. In introducing the item, I'm going to actually switch up the batting order here and let our development partner go first. And so it's my pleasure to introduce Patrick Brennan from Aspen Heights, as well as Tom Brink, who is with RTKL. And so I'll turn it over to Patrick.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the time to speak today and for you considering our project. I'd like to start out with giving a quick introduction to Aspen Heights Development, which is our mother company. We were formed in 2006 as a student housing and multifamily development company. We are based out of Austin, Texas, and we do most of our multifamily projects there, but also have now ventured out nationally to Charleston, South Carolina, and also have a current project in Tempe, Arizona. Within that 10 years, we've actually done a tremendous amount of work and done over $1 billion in development. And I do have to say that that's during also the downturn and the recession. So it shows you the creativity and the ability for us to not only perform, but to also seek out projects that are very successful and in markets that we see tremendous growth. We also are a fully vertically integrated company. So we start from development. We have an internal construction company that either can perform or provides guidance for us if we do choose to use a local general contractor. We also have a property management company and marketing and leasing. So we really, this lends a true benefit for our company across the board in the sense that we, as a development arm, can lean across all these different departments for guidance as we move forward with our development. This map shows the developments that we currently have completed, that we are under development on, and also in acquisitions. So really, we do all types of development. So we move from high-rise to mid-rise, which is what we're proposing today, garden style, which you see more typically in suburbs, and then our cottage product is more familiar with our student housing. The Independent is a high-rise property that's in downtown Austin, Texas. This is actually a condominium project, is truly defining the city's streetscape within Austin, Texas. It's 58 stories, which is the tallest residential tower west of the Mississippi, at 362 condominium units. This is another high-rise multifamily development project in Austin, Texas as well, 21 stories, 200 units that we actually completed December of last year. This is our mid-rise, which is probably one of the more comparable products that we'd be proposing today. This is in Charleston, South Carolina, on the peninsula, which is a very difficult place to move through architecturally. There's a very significant review board called the BAR, and we successfully navigated through that and are under construction. And then this is our garden product in southern Austin, Texas, that has about 346 units and is under completed construction and under lease-up currently. We have, again, done over $1 billion in development, securing over $600 million in construction financing and $520 million in permanent debt, and raised over $175 million in equity just over 10 years. So from now, I'd like to turn over Tom Brink with RTKL, who's actually our architect on the project, and he's going to walk you through the vision behind what we're proposing.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing us this opportunity to present today. I'm Tom Brink with RTKL, Callison RTKL after a recent merger. Symphony Park is such a great opportunity because it's the sort of place where the whole is going to be much greater than the sum of the parts, and we play one part in that. Callison RTKL, we have 22 offices around the world, top 5 architect, and really try to design our projects and buildings thinking about performance-driven design, where the economic, the social, and the environmental aspects of a project are considered as appropriate for the site and the opportunity. Looking at Symphony Park, as I mentioned, the fact that it's a integrated mixed-use master plan with a great public space, the park itself, not to mention the Smith Center and Discovery Museum, the Cleveland Clinic, just a wonderful environment. We are on sites N and O1, which happen to be against the train tracks, and so we needed to respond to that, and with urban apartments, first of all, we want to define the urban street. We want to bring the buildings up to the street to create walkable, active streetscapes. We have 3 outdoor spaces for the residents to enjoy because in this early phase of the master plan, they'll have somewhat limited opportunities to be outside. So we have 2 private courtyards and then 1 plaza park-like space which is open to anyone. It's accessible to the public, but it's intended for the use of the residents, in addition to the south courtyard, which would be the pool courtyard, and then the north courtyard, which would have a dog walk and similar uses. The project is 5 stories along City Parkway, 4 stories elsewhere. We have a structured parking garage that is up against the train tracks to limit units that have that adjacency, although they do have views to downtown. So it's 290 units and about a 790 square foot average. This is another view from the sort of northeast. And we have some early images. I wanted to show some more recent current images, if I might, which would require the overhead camera to see. If we can get that turned on. It's on. Okay. Maybe zoom in a little bit. Okay, thank you very much. So some of the key things to note in this image, this is looking from the southwest, really from the park itself, and adjacent on the right would be a continuation of Symphony Park. That green space will have a two-story restaurant on that corner, which will be a great place for people to come before any events at the Smith Center, and it can spill out with outdoor dining onto the park space. We have the street trees that exist, and along City Parkway we'll have active uses. It'll be two-story units. They could be home office, work, live, that sort of thing, to keep it active. And then you can see towards the left the opening in the facade, which is where the park space is, which I'll show you, which also acts to break down the scale of the building so it's not just a very, very long continuous facade. Next image is of that, that park space, park plaza type space that residents will enjoy, but also starts to knit the project into the community because it is open. The extensive landscaping, and then an access drive to parking, which will be treated as a plaza type space. And then there will also be two-story units with ground floor access, which you can see in the next image. And we think it's really important to have people coming and going. It creates eyes on the street and increases the perception of safety in areas like this. So we've done many projects like this. There is sometimes a chicken or an egg situation where you have to get people here. You have to have them on the streets to create the vitality that will allow the district to continue to grow and thrive, throughout time as additional uses are added. I think that's the last image. Yes. Okay. That's the last part of our presentation.
Wonderful. Any comments, questions from the council? Well, it's exciting, and Mr. Arndt, anything to add on here?
I do. I have a brief presentation because this is a development agreement where we're committing the real estate, and so I'll just take a couple minutes to walk you through that very quickly. And thank you again, Patrick and Tom, for being here. And I think as a segue from Tom, who's with Callison RTKL, it's important to mention that one of the reasons why we're here is in our downtown master plan, our Vision 2045, you established a policy goal for the city, as 6,500 new housing units in downtown. That's a heavy lift. That's a lot of new housing in downtown, and so we think this is a really good step to try to accomplish that goal. With Symphony Park specifically, if you look here on the site plan, we've reserved parcels C, D, F, G, as well as N and O1, which is the subject property for this transaction, for residential housing. And it's really critical that we maximize every opportunity to get new housing into our downtown. Again, this is an aerial showing the project site. Won't belabor our partner. I think they did a great job introducing themselves, but it really takes some horsepower to get these kind of projects going. They're very big projects, and for the Las Vegas market, it's a significant undertaking. So having a very seasoned developer as a partner is important to try to launch this kind of project. As Patrick indicated, this is 290 units on N and O1. It would include 4,000 square feet of retail. The developer is self-parking, essentially the project, parking the project as well as the retail on site. There may be some common area parking and some of the new garages we're building off-site, but it was important for us to make sure that our partner would try to park the project on site so that everything fits and works in Symphony Park. We've negotiated a $2 million sale price for this property, and as part of the negotiation, the city would contribute a dollar-for-dollar reimbursement for environmental remediation expenses up to a cap or a ceiling of $500,000. So what does that look like, the benefit to the city on the land sale revenue? This is just showing that after that environmental contribution, as well as paying normal closing costs typical for this kind of transaction, that we'll be netting $1,450,000 approximately from that transaction. And that is revenue into the city that we can reinvest back into Symphony Park to deliver needed infrastructure. We have to finish drainage, a box culvert. There are some interior streets further west of this property site, but we have a little bit of infrastructure left. Most of the infrastructure is there, but not quite all. So it's important that we have some net land sale revenue coming into the city. I think it's important to kind of explain how we came about with pricing this. And whenever we approach a partner on trying to figure out what price is fair, we look at primarily two things. One is, what is a fair price that enables the project to get built? And the second thing that we look at is what is fair in the market? What are other developers for like kind of sites paying? And so as far as the price to get it built, you'll hear a phrase in the development community, residual land pricing, which is really a fancy way of saying price the land at a price that enables the project to get built. And so a project can get built based on how much income is coming in, what people are willing to pay for rents, renting each unit. But if you look at it, and this is really for an illustration only, but this compares if you were to build this kind of project in the suburbs versus what we have before you today. So the middle column is our project with Aspen Heights. The column on the right is a typical suburban project. And one of the big things that we're asking the developer to do is we want density in downtown. We want to get over 70 units to the acre. In order to do that, you have to build a parking garage. And so they're proposing to build what's called a wrap-style product, which is basically wrapping a parking garage with the residential living, the retail on the ground floor, and all the amenities that you saw with the project. That comes at a cost. And so, again, this is an illustration. This is not an actual deal from the suburbs, but I think it's indicative of what deals that you see out in the suburbs. There's a balancing act of if we require the structured parking, then we're not going to get as much for the land. That's reality. In order to get this project built, we can't require them to pay a suburban land value because we're, even with a larger site, and this illustration shows a 10-acre site to develop 300 units or roughly 30 units to the acre, which might be a comparable project, the developer could afford to pay $1 million for the land, $1 million per acre rather, $10 million gross, and then still be at or below what our developer is likely to face as kind of costs. So it's a balancing act, so that's one big consideration. The other consideration is what's market. And so one of the things that we're required to do, and this is the second agenda item before you today, item 38, we have to do 2 appraisals that if we ever sell land not through an auction process, but through a negotiated sale for economic development or redevelopment reasons, we have to do 2 appraisals. That's one indicator or benchmark of value. Another indicator is what is happening in the market. And so we've looked very extensively throughout the Las Vegas Valley on similar sized projects. What are developers paying to build this kind of project? And it's a pretty big range. It's as low as $300,000 per acre, and it's as high as over $2 million per acre. Our appraisals came in, you see the values there on the screen, at between $1 million and over $4 million per acre, a pretty wide range. Our instructions to the appraisers were highest and best use given the zoning, which the planned development zoning allows for everything from residential to hotel to office, and what a developer is proposing to build directly affects value. Stated another way, a residential developer will not pay as high a land price as a hotel developer, which is going to be a high-rise hotel, or an office, which would typically be more vertical construction and be able to command more income as well. So that's a direct impact on value. So we wanted to be as transparent as we could in showing the process that staff went through to determine value. We think we've arrived at a very fair value to the city that allows the project to get built, but realizes as much land sale revenue as is reasonable, and also allows us to offset those costs. So what are the benefits? we're getting new housing. If you look at this project combined with the project you approved last December in Southern Lands, as well as the Fremont 9 project under construction, it's well over 800 units. We're likely to see more than 1,200 new residents moving into our downtown area because of that. And while it's not the full 6,500 units that's part of your downtown master plan, we need to get these kind of projects going in downtown. We're very appreciative of all the smaller investments and all of our smaller housing developments, but unless we get new projects in chunks of 200 to 300 or more units, it's going to be very hard for your city team to meet that policy goal of the downtown master plan. And there really is a wonderful window of opportunity given the fact that our residential market is healthy. Rents are strong, projects are getting built around the valley, so we really have a window of opportunity to, in a sense, time the market. Timing is everything with real estate. We really think it's important to try to move this forward today. What's the schedule? They're eager to get started. They do a few months of feasibility, work on a site plan package, as well as construction documents leading into late fall, getting financing commitments beginning of next year, showing by February of 19, closing escrow in May of 2019, and then starting construction thereafter. This is the schedule that's in the development agreement. I think the developer is eager and would love to get started sooner, but this is the schedule that our developer has committed to. So what we're asking for your approval today to approve the disposition of the development agreement, which is item 30, approve the resolution authorizing the sale, which is item 38. I would reference, while we're appreciative of all the time and effort and money that Aspen Heights and their architect, Callison RTKL, has taken, you're not approving the design today. So certainly we'd love your input and feedback on their work to date, but that still has to go through the normal planning process, and you'll get another bite at the apple, so to speak, with that. So you're not approving the design, but you are approving our development agreement. And in closing, I'd just like to thank our partner, Aspen Heights. We think we have a great partner here and a great architect as well that knows Las Vegas, that did our downtown master plan, and so we're asking for your approval today.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Brink. Mr. Brennan, appreciate it. We're excited about this, and Councilman Coffin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I've expressed my concern about the price on this land when it first came to my attention, and not that the proposed price is unfair, but that it could be too low. We don't know. We do know that we have these appraisals for $4+ million, which probably is residential, and a larger number if it was going to be commercial. It's not up to us, it seems to me, to decide whether they make money on the project. It'll be up to responsible builders and I think bidders to determine what they can make. And I hope a developer would come in with credentials like these folks and build something there. But I think that the net out price to us is awfully low. And it doesn't make sense for me to vote for, number one, the resolution, 38. So in order that they might be able to get in without knowing the real true cost. To us, it's our land. And, you know, you're giving it away. Not giving, but we're selling it, but it's almost a gift sale at that price. And I think we've got to have new appraisals. I don't see any way to solve the problem. And it could be that it won't change anything. You know, I don't know what they will yield, but you can see we just approved another item that's going to have 2 new appraisals done in the next 4 months. We're going to have a shot at knowing what market value is with just those 2 appraisals. And I think, you know, why don't we consider looking at that? This is our end of the deal is to make things happen for them, but we can't tell them to make a profit. We can't help them make a profit. They have to know what to build based upon what their cost is. Again, it's a brownfield situation. That's all a given. I think it's too low.
Thank you, Councilman, again, for the record, Bill Arndt. What I've tried to do today is really put everything on the table. So in addition to the 2 appraisals, we've looked at comparative market sales. We've negotiated what we think is full value. In order to get a residential project built, we don't believe that we would get anything significantly different than what we've negotiated. And we think one example of this is the net value into the city is almost identical to the proposal we took in December with Southern Land. It's effectively identical, the net to the city. And there's a reason for that. A builder can only absorb so much land cost before the project doesn't pencil and it can't move forward. Whether or not the developer would pay more for this land, I'll certainly defer to our partner, but we believe that we've negotiated a fair value and gotten full value given the fact that they have to do the parking garage. We're only funding part of the remediation costs, so if the remediation goes above and beyond the cap that we've negotiated, that's on the developer. And then they're taking risk. There aren't a lot of these types of properties built in downtown yet. There's really only one like property going up now. It's not completed. The rent roll's not completed, so there's quite a bit of risk for the developer as well.
Well, granted that that's true, if I could just ask one more thing.
Yes.
Jackson Shaw is going to buy based upon values, and they might want to bid on this. I don't know. I never met with them on this subject, and I'm sorry I've been sick lately, and I couldn't meet with you, Tim, and so I apologize. Sorry, Tom and Patrick. So, I just think that, again, risk doesn't have to be all on the city, and I just don't think we have to try to worry about how soft we make the landing for the builder. Let the market value decide what we should ask for the land. That's it. I'm not sure how you phrase that in this particular situation, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your input. I don't know if there's anyone else. I do want to add that I would imagine as the excitement on Symphony Park and our coming out of the recession seems to be becoming evident, that the more we are able to do, the more we will gain better pricing going forward on other parcels because of the actual development that we're doing on difficult pieces which abut the railroad for certain. But the way you've designed it, not the physical design that we're going to see ultimately, but your concept of how you're going forward. So I'm very excited about it. I think we have you in charge of EUD for a purpose, and because of your education background and sensitivities to understanding what we've been through the past 16, 18 years here. I see this as being just another positive for the future development of the rest of Symphony Park and greater price benefit coming back to us that way. But if in fact too it's so close to the Southern Land agreement that we entered, to me it seems the right thing to be doing. So I'll pass it on, Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to ask, can you explain the big variance, the tremendous variance between the two assessors, what they said the land was worth?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We follow the state statute for engaging our appraisers, so it really is an independent appraisal. The statute says that you're to look to the zoning. The zoning for Symphony Park, and this may be where we're kind of getting stuck, and I think Councilman Coffin raises a valid question. The instructions to the appraisers are for zoning. The plan development zoning is per master plan. So our master plan is this parcel is for residential, but there are other parcels in Symphony Park that are for hotel, for medical office, and those values can and will be very different. And it's really because the type, just like if you were to buy land for a single family home versus apartments, the land value of course is very different. That's kind of the same dynamic here. So I think the two appraisers took two different approaches in how they arrived at value. Obviously, we're going back with our legal team to take a look at how we're doing the appraisal process so that the instructions are abundantly clear. But the other issue is there is not a lot of land selling in downtown in recent years, so they have to look at comparable sales, not just in downtown, but fairly far removed. One of the comparables for the high appraisal was land near South Las Vegas Boulevard. I don't believe that is kind of a fair comparison, but sometimes our appraisers struggle to find like sales because they're just not sales in the market. So they have to find something which maybe is not quite apples to apples and then make an adjustment. But
This
we do
is-
have those appraisals, and they're part of the public record.
This is the second time that we've had a big variance with those who appraised. And you did explain it to us before, but they both had the same information. They're both supposed to be good appraisers. They both know what we're looking for. I mean, they have all the ramifications of what we're looking for. And we're talking about millions and billions of dollars a difference in appraisal. I just can't understand how a company that's good would vary that much from another company that's good. Maybe you have the answer, Mayor?
Thank you. If I could, our city manager, Scott Adams, and then, of course, Councilman Anthony.
Scott Adams, City Manager. Let me put another thing on the record, because I think it's important to create a full record for the economic impact of the project, especially on the item that is being asked to be approved for the resolution. Another thing that hasn't been stressed is the fact that this will generate real estate taxes to the redevelopment agency, and there's going to be a substantial real estate tax impact resulting from this project. And I would remind the council that for every year or two we delay developing on Symphony Park, we lose there's an opportunity cost of those real estate taxes. If this is roughly a $50 million project, you could say roughly it would generate maybe up to $500,000 a year in real estate taxes, most of which would inure to the benefit of the redevelopment agency. So if you capitalize that at a reasonable interest rate, there's a current present value in taxes of making the decision to move forward, which is part of that economic impact that I think that needs to be made a part of the record.
But Scott, even if that's true, it still doesn't show why we have a difference. How much taxes we're going to get from it. I mean, good, we do need the taxes.
Councilwoman, I will tell you, I've been doing redevelopment for 40 years, and I've been doing appraisals for that period of time, projects all over the U.S. I have yet to see appraisers ever cluster together. There is always sometimes an extreme variance in the opinions of two appraisers. You just line them up, and they will always come to a difference in opinion on value, and I don't know how to explain that.
Okay, if we can hear from Councilman Anthony, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Bill, it's my understanding you did an RFP on this, and a lot of people bid on it, and this group is offering the most money to purchase the property, right?
Councilman, for the record, Bill Arntz, that's essentially correct. It was not a formal RFP, but we did advertise in national publications, Urban Land, and we solicited proposals from local developers, regional and national. We did have several local developers submit. This was the best value and I believe the highest price net to the city offered for this parcel of all the proposals received.
Because, I mean, I don't care who you are. If you have a piece of property and you own it, and you either sit on it forever or you sell the thing and get something built on it. So this thing has been sitting around forever, and this group wants to come in and purchase it, and they're giving us the highest price so far of anybody. Let's sell it and let them build on it. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
And of course, Mayor, if that's what the person who represents the ward feels, then I would certainly go along with it. I just can't understand.
Okay, I think we were all concerned about the discrepancy, not understanding such a wide margin, but having spoken with Councilman Barlow repeatedly about this, there was, and being again elected at large, there was exactly what Councilman Anthony just said. It's been sitting and sitting and sitting. Let's move this forward. So, for whatever that's worth. So anyone else? If not, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to accept agenda, what number are we on, 30? 30. Thank you. So if we could please vote. The motion to accept agenda item number 30.
Maybe for a parliamentary rule on this?
Yes.
Because I'm not sure on the sequence, Your Honor.
Oh,
We got 38, you got 29. I'm sorry, 38 and 30. So what is the effect of a vote positive or negative on 30, oh, excuse me, on 38, if 30 doesn't pass? And vice versa. What if we pass 30 but don't pass 38?
Technically, the resolution should be approved first. as well as item 30, and then thereafter item 30. So if you could open item 38.
So they both have to pass.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah.
So are you suggesting therefore rescind my motion and go to 38 first?
That would be in order.
Okay, I'm going to rescind my motion on agenda item 30. And so you didn't post it, did you? Because it wasn't completely voted on. So I'm going to move that we accept agenda item 38.
Was agenda item 38 open?
I read them both.
Thank you.
So if you will vote on agenda item 38, and then we'll post on that and see where we are. And please post. That carries. Thank you very much. Now I go to agenda item 30, and I will make the same motion on agenda item 30. Please vote and please post. Thank you. Thank you all, and thank you. I mean, we look forward to this, and we're honored to be in a ball game with Austin. This is good. And keep in mind, as you're looking, to echo our Mayor Pro Tem, once you've got this project, please, we've got all these students coming and doctors coming into the medical district.
We love to sit down again and
poor
discuss it.
Mr. Iders always under the fire for that from Councilwoman.
Thank you very much.
He's under fire.
Thank you. We look forward to this. Thank you, Mr. Arndt. And thank you, team. Okay, so we'll now move on to agenda item 31. And that item is discussion for possible action regarding the ratification of Michael Jansen as the Director of Public Works, $164,996 plus benefits, general fund. Darest I do to you what my husband did to your predecessor? No. Hi, Mr. Adams.
Good afternoon, Scott Adams, City Manager. I am extremely excited on both items 31 and 32 to present to you for ratification two rising stars in our organization. First with item 31, let me give you a little bit of background on our nominee. Mike Jansen has been with the City of Las Vegas since 1997. In that time, he's held the positions of Land Development Project Engineer, Assistant City Traffic Engineer, and Transportation Division Manager. Mike received his bachelor's degree in civil engineering technology from the Rochester Institute of Technology in New York.
Excellent school. Superior.
And his master's of public administration from UNLV. After he graduated from college, Mike worked with the City of New York and managed the construction of several capital projects, including parks and recreation types of improvements, and then went on to the State of New York Department of Transportation to oversee the inspection of bridges and highway improvements. Mike is a registered professional engineer in Nevada and is also a certified professional traffic operations engineer. He's involved with several professional engineering associations, including the American Society of Civil Engineers and the Institute of Transportation Engineers. In 2013, he was awarded the Transportation Engineer of the Year by the Nevada chapter of the Institute of Transportation Engineers. So it is my great pleasure to present to you for ratification as our new Public Works Director, Mike Jansen.
Wow. Darius, do you want the vote first, or do you want to speak first?
Mayor Goodman, members of council, I just would like to say just one brief comment. 22 years ago, I came to Southern Nevada for a job interview with the city for an entry-level position, engineering associate. And at the conclusion of the interview, the hiring manager asked me, "Do you have any questions for us, Mike?" And I said, "What's the career path like?" And he went on to say, "Well, if you work hard and you are willing to step up in a leadership role, there's a terrific career path," and I'm here to tell you he was absolutely true.
Beautiful, beautiful. Any comments before I ask Mayor Pro Tem for a motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
I think all of us up here just enjoy working with you so much, Mike. You're so good at addressing any concerns we have, anything we need, providing whatever information. And I feel it's a great honor for me to move to have you accepted in this new position.
Wonderful. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay,
Read.
Scott.
Wait, I've got to do that. So sorry, Mr. Adams. Agenda item 32, discussion for possible action regarding the ratification of Robert Summerfield as the Director of Planning, $143,676 plus benefits general fund. Now back to Mr. Adams.
Okay, item number 32. Robert Summerfield has worked for the City of Las Vegas since 2005. In that time, he's held various positions with the Planning Department, including Planner 1 and 2, Senior Planner, and Planning Section Manager, responsible for the long-range planning and Office of Sustainability functions of the department. Robert received his Bachelor of Science degree in Natural Resources Management and Policy and his master's degree in City, Urban, Community, and Regional Planning from The Ohio State University.
All right. Are you a happy guy?
Robert was born and raised mostly in Ohio. He's also lived in Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, and Georgia. Prior to relocation to the Silver State, Robert worked for the Ohio State University for 6 years in the Transportation and Parking Department, serving first as a bus supervisor and later as the operations coordinator while pursuing his graduate degree in City and Regional Planning from the Austin E. Knowlton School of Architecture. Wow. Robert is the president of the Nevada chapter of the American Planning Association and has served on the chapter's executive board since 2010. So it again is my distinct pleasure to present to you for ratification Robert Summerfield.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Definitely thank you to Scott and Jorge and Tom. This is an honor, truly, to represent the Planning Department and all the men and women who serve in that department that serve this council and this community. So I just want to actually thank them. This has really been a team effort throughout this process, and I really expect to continue that going forward as the Director of Planning. So thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, you get a double honor here.
Yes, it was certainly a unique way in which you made this decision because of the great abilities within the planning department, but you've been very good to us, you're helping us, and again, it's an honor to nominate you for the new position.
And
that's
that
my motion,
Okay.
to move to have you receive the new position.
Okay, and Councilman Coffin wanted to add a comment?
In support of the motion. Well, I'm not like President Trump. I don't come up with mean nicknames, but I thought the Gemini twins, you two guys, Robert, you, and Peter, we're a great team up here, and it's kind of an auditioning period as we got to see you both. And I have never been more impressed with the teamwork and the selflessness that you guys conducted yourselves as you were essentially under the limelight. And so Summerstein is gone. Long live Summerfield and Peter. And we hope that, by the way, I think it's going to work out great for both of you. This audition, I hope, doesn't then take somebody and say, look, they're going to be worth a lot more money at some other city. We want you both to stay forever. And I think there's room for you guys. You're so young. We're really going to benefit from you. So thanks for taking the job.
Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice. I think those are beautiful words felt by us all because we really do appreciate the teamwork and Peter Lowenstein's efforts and everything he's been doing. And we look forward to the form code if we can ever figure it out. So everything you've been doing there. So as you can see, unanimous, and we congratulate you and look forward to the days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, oh my goodness, you have a standing ovation in the back. Look at this. Okay, while they're hugging and kissing and doing all whatever they're doing, let me go on to agenda item 33. Discussion for possible action regarding complaints at a hearing date for disciplinary action against TPOTPO Company, a foreign corporation, DBA D&D Day Spa, Mi Suk Cho, individually and as owner TPOTPO Company, whose place of business is located 1201 South Jones Boulevard, 102, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada 89102, as holders of cosmetology license number B0502-858, accessory management establishment license M11-00048, an independent massage therapist license M12-02121 for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. This is Ward 1, Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Tarkanian.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, council persons. This is John Curtis. With me is Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone. This is on for discussion for possible disciplinary action against the license holder as recited by Mayor Goodman. I'll let Mary McElhone give a summary and then make a recommendation to the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. D&D Day Spa received its business licenses in July of 2011 to operate as a cosmetology establishment with accessory massage. And on April 28, 2017, the City Business Licensing Division conducted an inspection at D&D, which uncovered numerous code violations, including failure to have a qualified person on premise. When the officers later spoke to the owner, Ms. Mi Suk Cho, she was educated about the necessity of having herself, the owner of the business, or a qualified person on site, and also was educated about prohibited activities, which would include engaging in or soliciting sexual services. A second inspection took place on May 5th of 2017. The business was found to still not be operating in compliance. Again, neither the owner nor a qualified person was on site. It was also noticed that a second massage room was set up, which exceeded the 150 square foot allowance for accessory massage. The Internet investigator for the City of Las Vegas Business Licensing Division also at that time found advertisements for D&D on the websites that are commonly used for advertising sexual services. The city referred these advertisements and facts to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for further investigation, and on June 27, 2017, Metro conducted an undercover operation at D&D, which resulted in a Metro officer being solicited for prostitution by the actual owner, Mi Suk Cho, and Metro arrested Mi Suk Cho.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. McElhone. We would ask the council to approve the filing of this disciplinary complaint and set a hearing between 30 and 60 days from the date of the approval of this complaint. We'll then file and have this complaint served in readiness for the hearing. We would ask, I think the date we would like to recommend to the council is March 21st, 2018 for 11 a.m.
Okay,
Thank you.
Are there any comments, questions from council? And is a representative of...
They're not here today, Your Honor, because they've yet to get notice of this. They'll get notice after the council approves. Then we file and serve the complaint in anticipation of them being here for the actual hearing on March 21st, if that's the date set.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I move to approve the filing of the disciplinary action to occur on the date selected by the licensing department.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 33. Please vote.
Mayor, excuse me, to clarify.
Oh, there you are.
Is that time certain, 11 o'clock, time certain?
Yes, we'd like a time certain.
Thank
It's
you.
easier for the respondent to then know when it's going to be heard. Thank you.
Okay, please vote, everyone. And if you would, please post.
Did you ask me something? I was talking this morning.
I believe you moved to accept,
did.
and you just need to vote.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you both very much. And anybody who has your confidential binder, if you'll pass it to us here, we'll get it to the clerk and give it back to Ms. McElhone. Anybody have their little yellow binder that's holding onto it for dear life? Okay, if you'll give it to us here, we'll pass it forward. Okay, thank you. If I'm correct, we're on 36? 36? What happened to 36? The ambulance service.
36 is being trailed to be heard after item 40.
36 is trailed after 40, okay. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm fine, that's sweet. Okay, let's go on to 37. Discussion for possible action regarding the approval of an appeal of a work card denial for Leonard Mangiano, DB, at North 1069 South Rampart Boulevard. This is in Councilman Steve Soroka's Ward 2. You're on.
For the record, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. The item before you today is to hear an appeal of a work card denial for Leonard Mangano. Mr. Mangano would like to work in the capacity of a bartender at a restaurant called North at 1069 South Rampart Boulevard. This establishment has a restaurant with alcohol license. Mr. Mangano has a prior felony conviction in 2015 for manufacturing the drug ecstasy. Per City of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.86.110, paragraph C, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department may deny an applicant for a work card if they have a felony conviction within 7 years for the sale, possession, distribution, or use of a controlled substance. Mr. Mangano has been denied for that reason. The city code allows Mr. Mangano to appeal that decision before City Council. So he's here doing that today. Mr. Mangano is here, along with the owner of the restaurant North. Metro is also here as well to address any questions or concerns that you might have.
Could we hear from the owner of the restaurant and how long Mr. Mangano, what do you...
Yes, for the record, I'm Philip Norsetter. I'm not the owner. I'm the executive chef and the person in charge on our liquor license.
Okay.
Leonard had started with us when we opened the restaurant as a back server.
And when was that? How long ago?
December 13th of 2017.
17?
Yes.
Okay.
And he's been working for us, and he's been doing a great job. Been an outstanding team member, assisting the other people in the restaurant. He's showed interest in becoming a server and has been doing some of those duties, and he's been doing an excellent job assisting the restaurant and the people he works with. So.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a verification from the owner that he would like to continue Mr. Mangano in service to the restaurant? And while Ms. McElhone's looking up that, this is an opportunity for you. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Have you had any other issues with the law or any problems in the past? Are you born and raised in Las Vegas, or have you come here from another state, and when?
Right, absolutely. Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman, City Council, people of Las Vegas. My name is Leonard Mangano, for the record. And this was actually my first discrepancy. And since then, I have just moved to Las Vegas recently. I moved here in the end of October from Illinois, actually.
Okay.
And, everyone has that one time in their life where they make a mistake, and that mistake just happened to be one that would follow me for a pretty long time. It's hindered my ability to go back into school. I've had issues getting housing, now also my job. But I am proud to say that I went through a rehabilitation second chance program, and I graduated with flying colors. I was released from parole a year early due to exemplary behavior, and I have not gotten in any trouble since then, and I don't plan on getting in any more.
Thank you. And did you graduate high school in Illinois?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And do you have any record in Illinois of any problems, mistakes you made there?
That would be the only one.
Okay. And I gather, is there anything else to add, Ms. McElhone, before I turn? Well, anybody can ask a question, but I'll give it to you.
For the record, Mary McElhone, we did receive an affidavit of support from the employer. It is signed here. It's actually in those confidential binders as well.
Okay, and any research done in Illinois and anything there?
As far as we know, through the Metro Investigative Report, this is the only incident that did show up, and it did happen in, actually, 4 years ago exactly today, I think, is when the arrest was made. And he fully disclosed in his application about the incident, and then as far as I understand, he also disclosed it to the employee when he sought employment.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it sounds very supportive, but Councilman Soroka is the gentleman.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mary, you mentioned Metro was here to answer any questions. Are they available to make a comment or make a statement?
Yes, they are. Sergeant Feiselman is here.
Mayor, City Council, Sergeant Don Fieselman with Special Investigations Section with Las Vegas Metro. I don't have much of an extra statement outside of what Mary has stated and the contents of the report that I believe you all have copies of.
And Councilman, if I might, you have a colleague that would like to make a comment or ask a question or something. Councilwoman Fiore?
Absolutely.
And then Councilman Compton.
So I really thank you guys for coming before the council today. And I have to tell you, last night at our first Tuesday at the Northwest Area Command of the Metro Police Department, we had John Ponder, which is Hope for Prisoners. And the whole theme last night was second chances. And I am a big advocate for second chances. And I hope you do well. I know you will. You're on the right track. And just so you know, a lot of things that I do, I work with John Ponder to help individuals that have made mistakes in the past have a second chance. So I just want to let you know that you have my support.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you. If I may ask Leonard a question. Leonard, you were caught selling and manufacturing ecstasy?
I was caught in possession, and my charges got reduced to a manufacturing charge after 2 years of battle with the legal system of Illinois. But I never actually manufactured drugs myself. That's what I took for my charge as my plea bargain. I was caught with possession.
Mm-hmm. Were you working as a bartender when you were doing that?
No, I was not.
Okay. Did you give it to people yourself?
Yes, sir.
Did you give it to women?
Yes.
All right. Did you give it to men to give to women?
I gave it to men.
And their end user was going to be a date?
No. It was more of a friends. I would do it with friends, and I'd give it to them.
All right. I understand this can be an intoxicant amongst willing parties and so on. And a lot of that is used here. And on the other hand, it's also used for nefarious purposes, too, to unsuspecting victims. And so it is not easily, dismissed. It is something that one can consider. I have a 24-year-old daughter. So,
completely understandable.
I know she doesn't take anything from an uncapped container.
Absolutely.
But I think that's fine for me then, Mayor. That's what I needed to know.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Councilman.
Thank you. And I just want to tell members of the council that Leonard and Phil did meet with me in my office, and they came forward, and I asked Leonard many questions, and I am most impressed with Phil stepping forward to accept the responsibility that if we approve this today would fall on your shoulders, and that Leonard understands that the responsibility that he is asking Phil to take as his employer. But I'd like to also acknowledge up here, you have lots of support as a second chance, and John Ponder is a valuable member of our community with Hope for Prisoners, and I'm also advocates for the Veterans Treatment Court, and we understand the challenges with moving forward. And so if we can help you step forward and leave your past in the rearview mirror, somebody with the persistence that you've demonstrated so far with bettering yourself, garnering support from your employer, and then coming forward here bravely to stand before us and openly share your challenge and your willingness to move forward, it's impressive. But we want you to know that we know there's challenges. We know the road isn't always easy, And please lean on your support, whoever that is, if that's Phil or others. And my team is involved with supporting people just in your situation. So look forward to working with you. And I know Mary will have a recommendation, and then I'd like to comment after that if possible, Mary. Mayor, is that okay?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Ms. McElhone, please.
Okay, what we'd like to recommend is a site-specific work card with a 3-month and a 1-year administrative review.
And Leonard, is that, do you understand what that means?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that okay with you? Is that acceptable to you? We'll do an administrative review. We'll contact Philip and the owner, and we'll find out how things have been going. And should you leave that employment before a year time, you have to start all over with the process.
Yes, sir.
You understand? And Phil, do you understand as well?
Yes, sir.
And you're willing to accept that responsibility?
Yes, I am.
And we appreciate you, or I appreciate your willingness to do so and bring a member of our community along. So with that, what's next?
You move to accept the recommendation of Ms. McElhone in agenda and approve agenda item 37.
I move to accept Mary McElhone's recommendation and approve agenda item 37 to allow the work card for Leonard.
Thank you. Great. Please vote and please post. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Go
Good
get
luck.
'em.
Thank you for standing with them. Okay. Now where am I? Agenda 38's been done. So now we're on to 39. Resolution R12-2018, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution authorizing the mayor of the city of Las Vegas City to execute any and all documents necessary to request a grant from the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority for the purpose of making capital improvements to the Fremont Street experience. This again is in Ward 5, which is vacant, and I happily assume that responsibility. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development. This item before you today is an important discussion regarding the main attraction in downtown, the Fremont Street experience, and looking at how can we as a community try to continue that experience to attract visitors to downtown. With me today is representing the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority is Luke Pushnig. Also with us today is Patrick Hughes representing Fremont Street Experience. And I'd invite him to come up to the dais. This project is a big project, and so we're really taking it in multiple steps. This first step is really an initial step to do two things. One, it's to introduce you to the project, and second, to secure a funding commitment, really acting as a challenge grant, if you will, from the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. The original canopy, as you know, was funded pursuant to a city council resolution dating back to 1993. Through this agenda item, the authority, the Convention Authority, is authorized to make grants to the cities for improving capital improvements to recreational facilities, and is proposing to make a grant of up to $9,500,000 for what we've called the Fremont Street Experience 2.0 in the agreement, which is essentially updating the canopy. This agreement allows the city to invoice the authority to make progress payments to the Fremont Street Experience, who will be engaging a contractor to build this project. This is only a portion of the project costs. The remainder of the project cost would be funded between the Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and Fremont Street Experience. We are in final negotiations to arrive at that final budget and how that portion would be funded, but it's the intention of the city through the Redevelopment Agency and the Fremont Street Experience per a future council action to present to you the final budget, the final project cost, and how that funding would work. Those two items, the city's commitment financially and the Fremont Street Experience commitment financially, are not part of this agenda item. This is really to receive the first leg of funding from the Convention Authority. The upgrade would be handled by the Fremont Street Experience. They would basically upgrade the experience with new lighting technology, and Mr. Hughes is here to tell you a little bit more about that. Fund the entire project costs with the contribution from the Convention Authority and the city, and then they would be responsible for owning, managing, and maintaining the canopy, and are working very diligently to get a warranty from the company doing the upgrade to make sure that the lighting is modern lighting that will have a good, useful life moving forward, so that we're ensured of a great experience. So this first item really is to allow the funding to pass from the Convention Authority through the city and then on to the Fremont Street Experience. I'd like to turn over to Patrick to tell you a little bit more about the project, because this is really, I think, maybe the first public unveiling of what they're looking to do. And then there will be a series of agreements at a future council meeting to describe the entire project in its totality, as well as the funding arrangements for that. That will likely happen sometime in March. So with that, I'd like to turn it back over to Patrick.
Good afternoon, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Thank you, Bill, and thank you, council members, for hearing us today. I apologize, first of all. I actually wasn't prepared to present today, but I do have, if staff were able to magnify this page here, I can show you a few pages of our plans.
Okay, and if you could announce yourself, please.
Excuse me, I apologize. Patrick Hughes, President and CEO of the Fremont Street Experience.
Thank you.
First question is why now? Why is a renovation of the Fremont Street Experience required? And it is more than required. As you may or may not know, we're working on renovations from floor to ceiling. This funding partnership, this public-private partnership, does not involve the floor. Everything at I-Line and at I-Site, we've already taken the initiative, and we have projects in the works right now investing $2.3 million privately to invest the floor and other aspects of the experience. But if I just move this up, and then next time I come to council, I will have a digital display that will really show you the impact. If you're able to zoom into this page here, you will see on the right-hand side the condition of the canopy as it currently stands today. The LEDs that are there are actually 14 years old, and not to correct Mr. Arndt, but it's actually Gen 3, because we had Gen 1 was in 95. These LEDs were installed about 14 years ago. As you can imagine, 14 years. We have not upgraded the LED display of the largest display in the world. And I'll give you an example of the condition that it's in. We have 60,000 LED components, which encompass and collectively over 4 million LEDs. We only have 80 spare. That's one. Second of all, if you remember, about 4 weeks ago, we had pretty torrential rain here. We lost about 30% of the canopy during those rains, and even this morning outside my office, my staff finally, working from west to east, were finally completing repairing those LEDs that went out as a result of those rains. As you can imagine, on the largest LED screen in the world, this was created in 1995 to be the backbone of downtown Las Vegas, to turn the economy around, and it's been a brilliant success in that regard. However, and with the visitation that we experience right now through the LVCVA's Visitor Profile Study in 2016, through their survey, we estimate that 53% of all visitors who come to the entire valley come downtown at some stage during their visit. So we consider ourselves to be a destination within the destination. We're not a competition to the Strip. We're very, very separate, but we are a key component and a reason that people choose to come to Las Vegas because of their visit downtown during their trip. And that is why we need to keep the lights on. We need to stay ahead. And I can go into a few more details about the resolution, what we're going to be doing with it, but the content plan that we're designing right now, we've partnered up with groups out of Montreal. Moment Factory is the name of a company there. They are digital content design creators, world class. And once we are able to get moving on the manufacturing of the renovation, then we're going to focus on the content plan, which you will hear a lot more about as soon as we meet next.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, this is a work in progress, and there are many pieces to it, but I gather from what this is for us to accept the request, a grant from the LVCVA, and that's what we're doing today. period. But everything else, Patrick's on the hook and will be back and back and back and back. Correct?
That's correct.
And giving us wonderful presentations and lovely pamphlets and booklets.
We have all that. I actually have one pages to share with council and the clerk today, if you'd like.
Yes.
But I just want to clarify the on the hook. You said Patrick's on the hook? I just want to... Can we... There's probably a procedural matter, but...
So would I mean, I think it would be nice if you gave us what you have.
Okay,
Because
absolutely,
then
100%.
we'll move
And I
it.
apologize, it's not digital. So as you can see from the resolution of the screen we have right now, it's a 55mm dot pitch. Ultimately, the level of content that we'll be going to, and a reason for doing it, of course, is against the worldwide competition we have. And these are the types of graphics that you'll see and content you'll see in other destinations around the world. We have the Sydney Opera House down at the bottom, we have Belgium at the top, and Suzhou is actually they claim to be the largest LED screen in the world, but it's broken into 3 sections, so we don't accept that. But ultimately, as you can see from this page here, the resolution is going to be significantly improved. It's actually going to, the resolution is going to be, it's measured in nits. It's a measurement of brightness. Right now, the current LED screen operates at 700 nits. We will be able to, if we wanted to, operate up to 5,000, which is a significant increase, of course. But the key to that is the increase in the number of pixels. The density of the pixels, as you look on your phones today, that really is the difference that's going to make us be able to be able to run shows daily, day and night. Obviously, there will be a sleep mode. But here's the game changer. If I flick the page, and I'm sorry, it should have been a much higher resolution, is the content. We have generation 3, so we just need to align those phrases. Generation of 3 of content coming. You've seen some in flat pages. Next time I come back here, you're going to see the digital examples of that. Interactive environment. As I've been in this position almost 2 years now, and every time I look at the screen, while it's enormous and incredible, I still see it as a one-dimensional element. I see it as that way. Whereas the expectation of today's consumer is that you're able to interact with this. And ultimately, as we've described it, and as we're planning, we're going to be interacting and bringing in a new system separate from this investment. This is going to be ours. All we're asking for is support with the LEDs themselves. And ultimately create an interactive environment via the key. We're going to call it the key. Everyone has a key these days. It's going to be the key to the city, and it's going to be the key to the experience. And that's where we're going with this. So that when this is completed, from start to finish, once we start the manufacturing process, it's a 14-month process. The ultimate idea is, and these are just 2 of the ideas, are that, as we call it, skywriting, that customers will be able to schedule, we will filter the message, schedule a message to whoever it is at whatever time they're walking down the street. And also, one of the other ideas we've come up with so far is jukebox voting, and ultimately, in summary, why should we dictate what everyone hears and what they listen to, whereas we can actually have a voting process through the key, and ultimately it will be the consumers who would be able to vote on what the next song or next show is. And then finally, the key with the key is that they take it home with them wherever they go around the world, and at any time they're able to log into the key and see what's happening in Las Vegas, down at the Fremont Street Experience, therefore connecting and creating this emotional connection with the city, with Las Vegas, to ensure that the repeat visitation continues.
Beautiful.
Those are just little segments that we're working on.
Nice. Councilman.
Is that something like a webcam where people will be able to be seen milling around?
No.
As well as the exhibit above?
I apologize, Councillor Kaufman. The idea right now is what you would be able to log in and see what's being shown on the canopy. On the that would be the plan at this time.
Do we have a webcam operating under the canopy?
We do not live online.
Are they permitted to be done? I don't know.
Well,
that's a real thing, a graphic to get people.
Yep. Right now, we have detailed surveillance linking directly to Metro and the Fusion Centre. We have surveillance for ourselves. Yeah. We don't have a webcam per se, but that'll be another meeting that we'll be coming back to talk about.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from here?
I think we're cool. So I see Mr. Pushnik there. Do you have comments? Did you come with a bag of money or anything? No. Okay. All right. So I'm going to make a motion on behalf of Ward 5 here to accept hopefully the most positive offer of that grant, if that's what we are to be doing, Mr. Arndt?
That's
That is
correct.
it. With gratitude and love that you're still staying, the LVCVA is still involved. And I have to, I guess I should disclose that I sit on that illustrious board, and will make the same disclosure there as I vote for it. No, I did ask him, and he said no, but he is rising. Good. Okay, no, you have to wait till you're at the microphone so she can hear.
The LVCVA board for this grant, and that's going to be on the February 13th board meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will fix that comment of mine that we are going to, the city council is going to ask the LVCVA board for that grant. Thank you. So that's my motion, and if everybody will vote and post. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Pushnik. Okay, now, am I to go to which one first? 40 first and then back to 36, or 36 first? 40 first. Okay. Number 40, R132018, public hearing and discussion for possible action regarding a resolution to set a fixed number of ambulance service franchises, including service categories, to be granted within the city of Las Vegas, all wards. Now, am I to go back and read the other one, or take this one first?
Your Honor, you can take this one first.
Thank you.
Morning, Mayor Goodman, members of the council. I'm Willie McDonald, the city's fire chief. Item 36 and 40 are related. Item 40 is to set the maximum number of ambulance franchises in the city of Las Vegas, and 36 is the consideration of an ambulance franchise for the community ambulance company. So I'll go over the municipal code section that provides guidance for ambulance franchises, provide some background on the current environment that we have here and the types of franchises, and what the actions that will be necessary for the council to take in order to raise the limit, as well as to consider the approval of the agreement for community ambulance.
Your Honor, it might be a good idea to go ahead and open item 36 also, since Chief McDonald is going to go over the agreement.
Right.
Thank you, Ms. Panicella. I will read agenda item 36, discussion for possible action regarding a new 5-year non-emergency ambulance service franchise agreement between RBR Management, LLC, DBA Community Ambulance, and City of Las Vegas, granting a non-exclusive franchise agreement to perform ambulance service in the city. This is in reference to all wards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Municipal Code Section 6.08 is also known as the ambulance ordinance, and it provides a guidance and governance regulations for ambulance franchises within the city of Las Vegas. All franchises must be non-exclusive per the ordinance, and the council has the ability to set the maximum number of franchises within the city. Currently, there are 4 ways by the ordinance in order for ambulance franchises to be considered: a competitive process, just select a provider, the council can do that, approve a submitted application, or extend or renew an existing agreement. We currently have 3 franchisees. We have AMR has a non-exclusive 911 dispatched ambulance franchise. Medic West has a non-exclusive non-emergency ambulance franchise in the city. Guardian Elite is an ambulance provider that you just approved last year, non-exclusive, non-emergency. And then we have the application for Community Ambulance, who is requesting a non-exclusive, non-emergency agreement. And again, we need to consider the resolution item number 40 to set the maximum number. The council set the maximum number of franchises on December 3rd, 2014. Previous to that time, we had not set a maximum number, but at that time we set it at 3, and the recommendation here will be to move that limit to 4. Some background on community.
You're going to give us the reason why that additional number is needed? The data, why we're moving it from 3 in the franchise to 4?
Okay, so we selected 3 previously, and that was based on the fact that we had not had any limit set. We had 2 providers in the city, a 911 provider and a non-emergency, non-exclusive non-emergency provider. We felt that the community had needed more capacity, needed to have the ability to make a decision based on competition and on service delivery, and so we asked the council at that time to increase the number or to set the number at 3. We believe that those conditions continue to exist, that there is enough service or enough capacity, that there is enough business that providers would like to be able to provide that service on a more complete basis throughout the community, that the level of service will be defined in terms of the competition, and that we could use the additional capacity within the city.
Chief, do we do any follow-up surveys on these independent private service carriers as to customer satisfaction or anything?
Mayor, really what had been happening previously is we really had really no ability to control the level of service that was being provided. There were no performance measures that were required on any of the providers, and the providers really, it was a single company. It was one company that also owned a second company, and so we felt that those services could be provided in any manner that they chose to, or really not at all. And so we, in the follow-up agreements that we have now with both AMR and with MediQuest, we included performance requirements in terms of the how quickly they had to respond to those requests, how the performance in terms of their response time based on when those requests were scheduled, and we also included liquidated damages for the providers in the event that they had taken on a customer and they didn't perform at the level that we felt that they should. And so based upon all of that, we have felt like we have improved the level and requirements and the quality of service. We have not followed up on really the manner in which we think that the quality will be impacted is based on whether or not someone wants to utilize that company for their services.
The only concern I know you can't, I mean, because of HIPAA, you've got restrictions, and I'm not sure if our fire and rescue has that same, but I would imagine, well, of course, unless there is someone who is healthy with the injured person being transported, a follow-up, I guess, has to come from the receiving hospital as to the service.
Right.
Given, unless you have a conscious patient in the transport that can say, "Oh my gosh, this wasn't
terrible."
done."
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how does one measure? Look at these. Just everybody that's watching. I just want you to know it's Valentine's Day, and there's a lady at the end, our councilwoman, who has sent Valentine's gifts to us all. So
okay, you scared me a
send it to
little.
you.
You scared me a little bit there. My wife's
Lovely.
birthday is
Thank you.
Valentine's Day, and I didn't do anything today, so I was a little bit nervous that I missed it.
Well, all right. Well, you just know you can
Yeah.
borrow mine and give it to her if you forget. Thank you. That's beautiful. Just beautiful. But anyway, I mean, there is a concern there, because how do you know when you open this up to more franchises, which is fine, the quality, who's following? You have to inspect what you expect. So we're expecting the private companies to have a certain level.
Right.
And how do you inspect what they're, that's the only concern. You don't even have to answer it, but to me it's a question that we should be responsible for knowing, as best we can find out, how they're delivering their services.
We do have an ability to monitor the providers that we approve and that we have within the city. And then again, I say that the inclusion of performance measures or requirements within the franchises, I feel will have a positive effect on that, as well as the competition amongst the various providers that will, I think, raise a level of quality and service and responsiveness that a medical facility might receive. in the transportation of their
And
patients.
Chief, is it up to do you or does 911, who sends that particular franchise? Or do I, in calling in for an ambulance, do I make the selection that I got these 4 companies and I can choose 1, 2, 3, or 4? Or is it an automatic in rotation? How do they go out?
In the case of the 911 dispatch provider, our fire alarm office alerts the company that we have the agreement with when we want them to respond and at the level that we want them to respond. So that's completely regulated by the City of Las Vegas. In the case of the non-emergency, non-exclusive providers, those are contacted through the services of either the medical facility or the customer who's going to be receiving the service. And so it's a direct relationship between the company and those providers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry to divert your attention.
Okay. Community Ambulance was established in 2010. It's locally owned and operated. They have 25 ambulances. They purchased 6 new ambulances last week. Their principals are long-term providers of service here in the community. Rob Richardson is the Chief Executive Officer. He previously worked for Mercy Ambulance. He was also an Assistant Fire Chief in the City of Henderson, and Brian Roberts is the Chief Operating Officer, also a former Mercy ambulance provider, and the Director of Operations for AMR and Medic West, and then a Director of Operations and the EMS Officer for the Henderson Fire Department. So both longtime local folks who have been providing service that we all know, and these are great guys. What they're asking for is a non-exclusive, they have a non-exclusive 911 franchise agreement that they provide services in the unincorporated Clark County. About 20% of the area that's served by community ambulances in Clark County. Primarily around the airport and east to Henderson, and they also provide special events services. And in fact, Community Ambulance was a provider at the Route 91 concert. Brian's daughter actually happened to be there when the incident started, and so she was there to help assist and provide services to the folks that were there that night. The franchise terms: non-emergency agreement, non-exclusive, non-emergency. The term would be 5 years. There are 2 extensions for an additional 5 years. There's a franchise fee that's consistent with all the other providers that provide non-emergency services. It is a performance contract, which includes that they have access to our computer-aided dispatch system, that they are members of the Southern Nevada Area Communications Council, otherwise known as SNAC, that they have automatic vehicle locators, and that the reliability of their technology is 99%. So our recommendation, Mayor and Council, is to take action on the resolution item 40 to raise the number of franchise providers in the city to 4, and then to follow that up to approve the franchise agreement for community ambulance.
Okay, thank you, Chief. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public who'd like to be heard on this agenda item 40, and since I've opened 36, either. A closed public hearing. Any comments, questions from council? And former captain in Metro, why don't you take this one?
Move for approval.
Thank you very much. Is a motion to approve agenda item 40. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on agenda item 36,
Recommendation to approve a community ambulance franchise agreement.
thank you, and I've already closed public hearing because I invited comments on both. Councilman Anthony?
Thank you, Mayor. Move for approval.
Thank you. There's motion to approve agenda item 36. Please vote and please post. And that carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. And happy birthday to your wife.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 41? 42. What happened to 41? Oh, we did. We pulled that before. I forgot. I mean, we've been having such a good time up here. Yes. Boards and commissions, discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominee Eric Fromel to Ward 1 seat on Parks and Rec Advisory Commission. The seat was held by Ms. Billy Bastion. Her term expired on January 8, 2018. I understand, Mayor Pro Tem, you have a recommendation.
Yes, I do. First, I would like to say that Billy Bastian did an absolutely excellent job for us, and anybody that could have her working with him is very, very fortunate. However, towards the latter part of my term, I've been trying to bring in more people who have not had leadership roles in Las Vegas. And I had somebody, and so that's what I've been trying to do recently with the committees where I appoint. And I got a memo, I think it was from the city clerk, and it said outstanding on it with an exclamation point. So of course I read it. And it refers to an Eric Fomel, and he has experience working for county, state, and federal parks and recreation agencies, and his undergraduate and graduate degrees are in recreation administration, parks and recreation, and tourism management. He's worked in several parks and recreation agencies in Los Angeles, the North Coast Redwoods, and several parks and national monuments in Idaho. He's built trails through some absolutely gorgeous parks, maintained campgrounds and visitors facilities, worked on several natural resource conservation projects. And he had his undergraduate work at University of California, or I should say California State University at Sacramento, where he received his BS in Recreation Administration, his MS in Recreation Administration, and then he went to Penn State, where he got his PhD in Leisure Studies. Wow. He's very eager to help us and has a lot of enthusiasm, so I thought it would be really good to give him a chance to work with us and maybe have him involved in more in the future.
And he accepted the nomination?
Yes, he has accepted the nomination.
Wonderful. Mm-hmm. So that's your motion.
So I move to appoint Derek Fromwell, I guess it's Fomel, to the position on our Parks and Recreation Board.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Wow, what a background. Pedigree.
I know it.
Awesome.
I know.
And that motion carries. Congratulations, Dr. Fromel. Awesome.
Yes.
Okay. Agenda item 43. Recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 43 to 46. Bills number 2017-19, 2018-1 through 2018-3 will be heard at a later meeting. There are no new bills, and we will move on to agenda item 49. We are turning the page.
We are getting there.
Okay. 47 and 48 were obeyed until the 21st of February, so 49. You're coughing, I'm coughing, but it's not Jeremy coughing. That was the cannoli that we got with our Valentine. All right, VAR 71322, a public hearing, applicant owner Placido Bustos, for possible action or request for variance to allow an 8-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required for an existing one-story front porch carport addition, 5708 Heron Avenue, R1 single-family residential zone. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? No.
I don't see him present, Mayor, and but my understanding was that he had agreed to cut off some of that area that he has already built. And if planning would please give the explanation of why he can't do what he does, because it'd have to do it going over the sidewalk. We discussed this yesterday.
Mayor, through you, yes. So one of the concerns that staff had with the offer that was made, I believe, at Planning Commission to reduce the structure was that based on where he's had put footings and everything else and where it was on the sidewalk, that even a reduction was not going to, basically it would involve the whole structure. Mr. Lowenstein just pointed out, if we're looking at these pictures correctly that are up on the screen, it looks like he may have already removed the edifice?
I think this is a different house. I don't know if this is the right house.
Okay, yeah, because these aren't the pictures
It
that
looks
we
not
had
at
in
all
the
like
previous
it.
backup.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, so that would be the only issue, is based on the structure that was presented in the previous items, that is the house, actually. That's the pictures with the sign in the yard, so it looks like, and you can actually see where he's removed the footings already.
If he did, then he had to remove it even where, he must have removed it even where he didn't have to remove it. Because remember the picture we saw had all that wood on the outside, on the left side? And it was really most of the right side that went into the driveway, and you couldn't get into the second driveway where the car is now. I wonder if this is an old picture or something.
Madam Mayor, just for clarification, Peter Lowenstein. So the picture in the backup's from August. The picture that's on the screen right now is actually from this Monday.
Monday?
So the applicant, who's not present, I believe, has removed the construction that was in the August photo. So right now you're looking at the home without it. So if you deny it, I guess he'll be in compliance, or if you strike it, the home would be in compliance.
Why would I deny it? It's not there now. It isn't there now.
Madam Mayor, just to be clear, if you don't deny the application or strike the application, then if you were to approve it, then he could go back and rebuild the structure at the
Right.
previous. So it would either be a denial, or now that the structure's gone, you could even strike the item or allow it to be withdrawn.
Yeah.
If you, I mean, he's not here to ask for that, but, so really it'd be a strike or a denial of the variance.
I wouldn't mind him bringing it back. It was good work. I thought it made the house look better in many ways. It was just that he couldn't legally park in the driveway he had for the second garage, and it was too close to the sidewalk.
Councilwoman?
So is striking it the best
I would
way?
recommend maybe denying this variance, because the variance would have given him what that previous structure was. So the more than likely, you should deny number 49, and if he wants to come back with another variance or something that comes in compliance with code, he can do that in another application.
Okay, I will deny this variance, but I got to tell you, I'm going to check up on this picture because this doesn't look anything like, and we went out twice to look at it personally.
They did it
And we
quickly. Let
had
me
a-
close the public hearing, if I may.
Oh.
I mean, does anybody have any other comments or anything they'd like to add? So I can close the public hearing and then take your motion, if that's all right.
Okay. You've closed the
So-
public hearing, so I move to deny the variance.
Fine. There's a motion, please vote and please post. Councilwoman, yours. Good. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item, that was 49. Agenda item 50, 51, and 52 have all been obeyed to the 21st of February, so we're on to agenda item 53 and 54. 53 is VAR 71766 on a request for a variance to allow a 7-foot-tall front yard wall fence where a maximum 5 feet with a 2-foot solid base is allowed. And agenda item 54, SUP 71767, and a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 383-foot distance separation from similar use where 660 feet is required. The applicant owner is Shalini Bhutani on .46 acres at 2220 West Oakey Boulevard, RE Residence Estate Zone. The Planning Commission recommends approval on item 53 and denial on item 54. Staff recommends denial on both items. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. A public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
The applicant.
And your name, please.
Shalini Bhutani.
Okay.
Can I please?
Let's hear from our staff first. Mr. Somerville?
Madam Mayor, the applicant is proposing to construct a wall in the front yard setback area that exceeds both the overall height permitted as well as the height of the wall that's permitted to be solid. An alternative wall design meeting the requirements of Title 19 could be used. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the request as it is a self-imposed hardship. In addition to the variance request, and can be taken separately, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term rental unit at this location that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to speak to your issues here?
Yes, please. Good afternoon.
Please.
Mayor Goodman, councilwomen and councilmen. My name is Shalini Bhutani, the owner of the property located at 2220 West Oakey Boulevard, Las Vegas. I'll talk about the variance first, if I may please. I have requested for a 7-foot tall front yard fence or wall where a maximum of 5 feet is allowed. And we were still in escrow when we were in the process of buying the property, and we had our house burglarized. And once we moved in, it was burglarized a few times. We did report to the police, and as a matter of fact, we had to move out from the property. We stayed at the SLS hotel till the time I could get the property fixed. All the windows and doors were shattered when they had gotten into. We just so happened to be sitting in a place where the west and the north are both empty. So I'm kind of the last home there, and we are at that point of Rancho and Oakey. So it's a pretty traffic area, and the lights are there. So and then in the front, the way our home is, we are at an elevation. So you really are, you can look at the property from the street, and it would not block anything. And I noticed that we have a subdivision on our east side, and we have subdivisions across on Rancho too. So all of them are 7 feet high, and it goes about 3 blocks in line on Oakey. So if that is acceptable to the council, we'd really appreciate if we can increase the wall, which would increase by about, I think there's a distance of about 2.5 feet. And I could go either way. If it is fine with the fence, we would go with the fence, and then, or a solid wall, whatever we are permitted, because you can still see the home from the street. And yet it will not be disrupting anybody making a right turn when they are on Oakey to Rancho Drive, because there is a full lot empty. So I'm basically, if tomorrow there is a construction, I'll be the second house. So I'm requesting for if that is okay, to give us an approval. And it'll not only that, it'll help us protect and secure our home, which we have feared a lot. We have children and grandchildren, and even when we are in the home, we are always alarmed. Even in the backyard, we are very hesitant to go, so especially in the evenings. So I would really appreciate if is considered by the council.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Has anyone come down to speak to this particular 53 or 54? Okay, let me close that, and Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem. Well, did you comment on these? Yes.
I did call you yesterday, and I told you that you were too close to another short-term rental, and I do not give out variances that break the distance. I told you this yesterday, that make the distance shorter between short-term rentals.
No, this is the variance I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the short-term rental yet.
We're not considering them both at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I thought we started with.
Well, then, as far as the wall is concerned, all but about 3 people that wrote in, and there were several that wrote in, were against the wall. So I don't mind obeying the wall one more meeting because the walls that I saw that were on your street were not 7 feet. They were the regular size wall that we have. But you're saying that there's some other area near you that has that 7-foot wall?
It's house number on Oki, 1910 and 1911. Actually, I've given a picture. If you look at 1, 2, 3.
And what is your address?
Mine is 2220 West Oki.
Yeah, they weren't near you, I think, because...
Yeah, it's the last picture. If you look at it, 1910 and 1911, they have these high walls. I do plan to, will be requesting to put gates also there so that, we are kind of enclosed.
The problem we have that planning has told us is that it's not just the height, that's one thing, but you can't visibly see through in order for fire or police or even yourself to be able to see out if there's danger. Am I repeating you correctly?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, Mayor Pro Tem, that was part of our discussion yesterday. One of the reasons why the code requires that the top 3 feet of a 5-foot front wall be 50% open is to create a site visibility so that you can see into the property from the street, particularly emergency services, but also so that the owner of the property can see out to the street to create that connection between the property owner and their environment around them.
So, if you wanted to redesign the walls so that there's that open space, I would go for the 7 feet. You are on Oki, and it is a busy street. But now, I can't go with what you have now. So let me obey it until the next. So this item I will obey to the next meeting if possible. If that's a crowded meeting, can we do it the following meeting?
Madam Mayor, the 21st is a very crowded meeting. However, based on our discussion yesterday, Mr. Lowenstein did craft a condition, if you would like, with regard to the visibility that I could read into the record if you'd like to take action on this item today.
Okay, I knew Peter was working on it. Good.
Okay, so that condition...
Let's listen to the condition carefully.
Okay. So the added condition for item 53, which is variance 71766, would be the fence material, including the material for the sliding gate, shall be 50% open and provide visibility into the front yard.
All right.
That's fine.
Would that condition be all right with you? And then
And I have 2 council that would both like to speak. So, Councilwoman, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Councilwoman, on this, it's just a question. Because of our ordinances and how walls are supposed to be, if she were to build a 5-foot solid wall, that would be in compliance, correct?
No.
Madam Mayor, through you, no.
No,
A 5-foot wall, a solid 5-foot wall would not, because again, for a front yard, you're supposed to have anything above the first 2 feet is supposed to be 50% open, so that while you're securing your property, there's also that availability for visibility, so that if an emergency first responder needs to be able to see the situation into the yard, your mailman is dropping off a package, or you as the homeowner are trying to watch the street, watch children playing on their bike, whatever, there's visibility between the wall, the front yard between the street and the home.
Thank you.
Is the concept.
Okay, Councilman?
My question to Councilwoman would be, if you're favorable to the 7-foot, I just wanted to make sure that I'm thinking about Oki's a high-speed street, so people are pulling in and out of the properties, and they can't see if it's a solid wall, so you'd be willing to just say opaque?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to have planning tell me, would there be a visibility problem for other neighbors?
Madam Mayor, so from the elevations provided, you have about 3.5 feet that's solid, and then above that, you would have, with this condition, a visibly open segment, as well as the sliding gate would also have a visibly open element to it. The only portions that would reach the 7-foot would be the columns or the pilasters that are intermittent along that front elevation.
But a wrought iron, slatted wrought iron could go up to the 7 feet, correct?
That is correct. So the component, the material that's used will have to have a 50% open, so there is flexibility in that condition. But wrought iron is a perfect example of what type of material could go in there and provide that visibility.
Thank you.
Just one last filler there. Well, then would that be the only 7-footer allowed on Oki?
Well, it's the only one that I could see. We went by there twice. We drove by there, and I didn't see another 7-footer, near her house. Now, maybe it's further down. I'd like to just obey this. I'll go back. We'll go see for sure. And then if we do approve, we'd have to approve the way planning is telling us.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
I mean...
So I move to obey this item, okay?
Until when?
Until 2 meetings from now, because the next meeting, the 21st, is just too soon.
Okay.
Too heavy.
So March what?
March 7th.
I move to obey the wall to March 7th.
There's a motion to obey Agenda Item 53 to March 7. Please vote and please post.
And now you're not living in this house. When would you expect to be living in it?
And post, please. Councilman Anthonyson back.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. Let me just see how this came out. Motion carries. So go ahead with your question. You didn't mention.
You are not living in the house now. When do you intend to live in it?
We run senior living in California, and I was here in September to attend the conference, so I am going to be working on my administrative license here because the state of Nevada, even though I have a California license, I still have to have a separate license here. So I've already started working on that, and I'm taking my classes. Looks like it's going to be about 18 months from, and would like to live in Las Vegas. That was our goal when we bought the property. And it's just that...
Your goal was to live there?
To come back, to live in this home. But the situation has been such that all that has happened, I've just been working on just having the property in the condition. And so that was my request, was to have a short-term rental in that time being. What happens is, right now, I leave the lights on of the inside of the house when I'm not here, for the simple reason just so that it's protective, as though somebody's living there. So the lights do go on at about 7 inside the house till about 2 a.m. in the morning, and which is on a daily basis. So since then, things have not been that bad, and I have, as a matter of fact, we all have been taking turns to come here more often just to preserve and protect our property. So I was hoping if I could have the short-term rental for about, and I don't mind, because I'm looking at the other 2 properties, which I think I mentioned to you yesterday. I know that one of them has a business license, 1621 Birch Street. Is going to be, I think, coming in for also requesting the same to get a special permit.
I will have to tell you that I can only make a motion based on what exists at the time I make the motion.
I see.
And you right now are almost 300 feet away from the 660 that's required. You're 383 feet away. And that's, that's just
So how
not...
do you measure it diagonally? Because there's no way to reach the property. You just have to go around.
You told me that, and I told you that planning determines it by the way the crow flies. It's not by the way you have to walk, it's how the crow flies.
I see.
And I spoke with planning yesterday. They reinforced that and said yes, and they said they felt there was no way that another house was done in a different way, because they always do it the same way, and they've done it for a long time that way. And so by the way the crow flies, you are too close to the other one. And these are businesses. A short-term rental is a business. It's in a residential zone. We're the only government entity that allows any legally here. And we have to also protect the rights of those neighbors who live there. And quite honestly, you had very many that said no to you on a short-term rental.
Okay.
So that's how I have to vote. I just want you to know If you want me to vote on that today, then I would have to move that you are not granted a short-term rental
On 54.
on item number 54. And that's why I called you yesterday. I wanted you to know that.
No, I appreciate it. I said that to you.
You did.
I was really very grateful for you to call me and give me a little idea.
I have to balance the welfare of the people who have lived there for a long time,
I
along with
understand.
people who want a short-term rental. And one of the things we put in to protect the residences was the distance. So I
Your
haven't.
motion's to deny on 54 then?
Yes, did I say that wrong?
No.
Oh, I moved to deny on 54.
Okay.
Thank you. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank
You're very
Appreciate all
welcome.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're on to, the last item, agenda item 55. EOT 72383, public hearing, applicant owner Garden City LLC, possible action or request for an extension of time for a non-conforming motor vehicle dealership new use at 5750 Sky Point Drive, T-C Town Center Zone, SCTC Service Commercial Town Center, Special Land Use Designation, Ward 6, Councilwoman Fiore. Staff recommends denial. And we have our representatives or owners here. Would you state your name and make your comments?
Ronaldo Taverdi, Rennie Rupchad, and David Maffey.
Thank you, welcome. Did you want to make any comments?
Well,
Or
we'll
you
wait
wanna
for,
hear
we'll hear from staff, and then we'll make our comments. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Mr. Summerfield?
Madam Mayor, this is the 8th one-year extension of time request to continue this legal non-conforming automobile sales use. The applicant has indicated that they've lost their franchise dealership in the bankruptcy, and they have yet to provide any additional justification. Recently, a new franchise dealership was entitled, constructed, and opened on a property at the southwest corner of Centennial Parkway and Riley Street within the past year. As such, staff finds that pursuant to 1914 that the applicant has not provided substantial evidence establishing an ongoing economic hardship based on market conditions or other circumstances beyond the applicant's control, and is therefore recommending denial of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And did you want to go, or shall I open the public hearing?
We'll go ahead and open the public, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone from the public wanting to be heard on agenda item 55? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Please go ahead, Mr. Taverdi.
For 5 years, it was occupied by the United States Army, and it's only been vacant about 18 months. And we are now in negotiations with Tobin Dodge to annex their truck sales over there, and that should be completed between now and probably the 1st of June or the 1st of May. And I brought Mr. Rupshot here, who will speak to Tobin Dodge, and if there's any questions, I'm here to respond.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rishad.
Hi, good afternoon. Randy Rupchan, General Manager of Prestige and Tobin. This is a building that we're potentially looking at to expand our business to a truck center. It's 5750 Sky Point, so we're very interested in expanding our business to a truck center.
Mr. Tobin has a very good reputation and has done great things on Sahara.
Thank you.
So, thank you. And sir?
I'm with the owner.
I'm with that guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's my nephew.
Your nephew. How nice to see you. What's your name anyway, for the record?
David Maffey.
Hi, how are you? Okay, any questions, comments here before I turn it over to Councilwoman? Nope, yours.
Thank you. So I'll make this fast and easy. Thank goodness there's a council and we can override our staff. So I'm going to recommend approval on this, so my motion is to approve it. And then within a year, I hope to see Tobin Dodge there with some trucks, right? So I am approving this. And what is it, up for another year? And then within a year, we will get that up and running with lots of trucks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, there's a
Thank you.
motion by Councilwoman Fiore to approve on agenda item 55. Please vote.
I'm going to vote on this, Ronaldo.
What are you doing?
Councilman Conkling?
He's playing.
All
Okay, oh gosh. Please look at that, unanimous. Even Councilman Anthony returned.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Thanks. Okay, so now, been a very productive day. Agenda item 56, I'd instruct city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from city planning commission meetings and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you, will do.
Great. Our second citizen participation public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless the subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Don't beat each other up trying to get to the microphone. Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close that citizen participation. We'll move on to agenda item 58. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda scheduled for action. You're excused. Did you remember your mask and your flowers? And your flowers?
Your flowers for merit.
This is my flag.
Okay, so we have one that's excused, and so we will give Mayor Pro Tem first shot today, because you haven't had a first shot for a bit. Do you have anything?
These are our announcements, right?
Yes.
Okay. In Ward 1, we just want to remind everybody, because it pertains to all the wards, that next Monday, the City of Las Vegas will open the Neighborhood Partners Fund application process. This is where the neighborhood associations can apply for up to $5,000 in matching grants to implement neighborhood improvement projects within their boundaries. We have a funding that must be matched for volunteer labor and may include in-kind donations or cash. Ward 1 neighborhoods have received funding to paint their perimeter walks, to erect monument signs, to beautify common areas, and for safety measures also. And there's been many funding grants that have been given that are very, very valuable throughout the city. It is not hard to raise the money for the matching grant because they pay you for all the time that you're working on the grant. For more information, please contact the Neighborhood Partners Fund Grant Coordinator, Alma Estrada, at 702-229-1762, and she will help you. Some people have complained it was too hard or they couldn't do it, and they've made it easier for you to apply, and she will personally help you if your neighborhood association to obtain a grant. Secondly, the City of Las Vegas is collaborating with UNLV to address lead-based hazards in older homes through the Healthy Homes program. To be eligible, a housing unit must be built prior to 1978 with a confirmed construction date from the Clark County Assessor. Homeowners, landlords, and renters are eligible. Priority will be given to occupied homes or units, extremely low and very low income residents, and homes or units with children 5 years and younger or expectant mothers. For more information on that, contact Early King at 702-229-5935. Then I wanted to say hooray for the Charleston Arts Center because they have had several repairs made. They were an older building and they had to have air conditioning and other things fixed. And they will have an open house from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 a.m., followed by a free dance performance at 2 p.m. by the Contemporary West Dance Theater, which is best known for their passionate and relatable repertoire. And I will tell you, it's always very good at Charleston Heights. It's sort of hard to know what great things they have there as far as the arts are concerned. So also then on that same day, from 7 to 10, Dance the night away at a free grand reopening gala dance with Justin and the Swing Beats. Hear big band standards, jazz, iconic dance classics, pop, and top 40. RSVPs are suggested for the theater performance and gala dance as space is limited. For more information or to make reservations, please call 702-229-2787. And this is a wonderful thing. It's this Saturday. Don't forget, open house, 11:30 to 1:30 with the Contemporary West Dance Theater. And that night, and a lot of older people love to dance, so they usually have big crowds there. Then we have our not so easy to learn downtown form-based code community meeting. And the City of Las Vegas is hosting a downtown form-based code community meeting for the neighborhoods around the Las Vegas Medical District at Rancho and Charleston. It's an opportunity to meet the city's form-based code development team and learn how a form-based code would work for the medical district. A morning and an evening meeting have been scheduled to meet with the Lisa Wise consulting team and city staff to discuss the draft code in detail. I will tell you the representatives from the Lisa Wise consulting team help me to understand it better. I'm not going to say I understand it fully, but help me to understand it better. And I asked to have them come back for our citizens, so I hope you'll be able to attend. This is a very, very important meeting. And then on February 13th, and that's why we had one meeting in the morning and one in the afternoon. On February 13th, residents and businesses can attend the meeting scheduled from 10 to 11 a.m. Or you can attend the one scheduled to 6 to 7:30 p.m. It'll be held at the Las Vegas Valley Water District, which is located at 1001 South Valley View Boulevard. And your input is extremely important to this process. Lastly, we're going to have a Las Vegas Medical District Town Hall. Businesses and residents are invited to learn the latest updates about the Las Vegas Medical District at a town hall on Tuesday, February 27th at 5:30 p.m. The town hall will take place in the City Council's chambers, where we are right now at City Hall, or can be viewed live on KCLV Channel 2 or online at KCLV TV/live. There's a lot of hard work going into things now, particularly in the medical district, so I can only say I just urge everybody who has an interest in it or a concern about it to attend these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A number 1 to 10, and wait, I'm going to write it down. The closest one. Pick a number between 1 and 10. 6. Pick a number between 1, 3. You're on next. The number is written right here, number 8. You go next.
Get a little fun in it, Tom.
Well, Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the community. And community, we have good news. If we can pop up the next slide. I want to highlight the recent efforts by our Nevada Child Seekers. Wow. Last weekend, Super Bowl weekend, they conducted the Big Search 2018, a 3-day-long, round-the-clock coordinated search effort with Free International, a human trafficking advocacy group. They had over 200 volunteers looking out for kids or tips that might lead to their safe discovery. On the first day of their combined search, they were able to locate 2 of the 30 children on their list. During the whole search, they found 17 children. And one of those was Alexis Davis that we just announced the last city council meeting, so congratulations to the team.
Wow.
If you're interested in volunteering with Nevada Child Seekers and do great work like this, you can always visit nevadachildseekers.org for more information. And in an effort to help continue their great work from the Big Search, we have another profile. We have on our list today Ariana Christie. She's a 17-year-old female, about 5 foot 3 inches tall, 125 pounds, with brown hair and eyes. She's American Indian in race, and she was last seen wearing a backpack with personal belongings, and she was in the area of Blue Diamond in Durango. If you have any information, please contact the numbers listed below, and let's keep up the good work finding our missing children. Next slide, please. And we're reaching out into the month of March. We had a very successful and fun meeting, coffee with the councilman recently, and we're looking to do that again. And on March 22nd at arguably the most popular coffee shop on Rampart Boulevard, Samba Latte. It'll be from 8 to 9:30 a.m. Looking forward to seeing you there. Thank you again. Councilman Steve Soroka, and you can follow me online on Twitter and on Facebook. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of all city council, our lovely councilwoman, thank you for this, the cannolis. You didn't realize it, but we were given cannolis too to keep us, those of us who haven't even left the seat. So Councilwoman Fiore, your turn.
Thank you, thank you. And so we have a lot happening in Ward 6, but first I want to make a public thank you to one of our city firefighters, Captain Sheldon Plan. Now, I probably butchered that last name. It's Plehn. And just in case, Captain, you don't know what I'm thanking you for, on Monday, my mom was at St. Elizabeth's Catholic Church, and her Cadillac blew some kind of fuel pump, and there was gasoline everywhere, and you came and you helped her, and so thank you again, Captain Sheldon. On with our Mondays with Michelle. Our Mondays with Michelle on February 12th has been canceled because our city manager has called us to the dais. So I will be here at a city council meeting, and our Mondays with Michelle on February 12th has been canceled, but on our Mondays with Michelle on February 26th is going to be fabulous because I'm also incorporating on Monday, February 26th. I'll be there from noon to 6, but from noon to 2, we're also having a seniors ice cream social there, and I'm having the Vegas Voice magazine come out and talk to our seniors about our guardianship, because there's a lot of Nevada state laws that affect your guardianship. So there will be notaries there and our folks there to talk to our seniors. They'll help you fill out forms and stuff just to make sure if your guardianship is in place. So that's happening February 26th at the YMCA, which is 6601 North Buffalo Drive.
Councilwoman, have you included or thought of Sugar Vogel and her senior legal aid group as well?
Oh, let's include her. So we'll invite her.
Yes, because she is, that's exactly what they do. It's senior legal aid.
Perfect. I love
Sugar
that.
Vogel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yep, so we will absolutely do that. So February 26th, again, come to the YMCA at 6601 North Buffalo to visit with us. And besides our ice cream, of course, we'll have all kinds of other food and sodas and snacks. On March 3rd, we are going to have a shredding party that was so popular. And I have to tell you, shredding is expensive. And what the city does for our ward is amazing. We're going to have the shredding truck out there. You can bring up to 5 boxes per vehicle, and we will be shredding Saturday, March 3rd from 10 to noon. You don't even have to get out of your cars. Our great Christy has everything organized and ready to go. So come out to the YMCA again on March 3rd, Saturday from 10 to noon, and bring up to 5 boxes. And we have some things going on in March too, and which I'll tell you, on Saturday, March 17th, we're going to be having an Easter egg hunt. But then also on Saturday, April 7th, and I'll get more into the Easter egg hunt in our next meeting, but on Saturday, April 7th, from 10 to 2, we are having our spring celebration Foster Connection. And this is so near and dear to my heart. In 2013, as the former assemblywoman for our district out there, it was Assembly 4, I co-sponsored a bill. I sponsored it, and I had like 50 other sponsors from the legislature on that bill, that we have now with all of our foster kids throughout our state. There's a siblings day to where, let's say there's more than 2 or 3 kids per family that's in foster. Sometimes they get split up. And so what we've done was we have passed legislation with Governor Brian Sandoval to where at least twice a year the siblings have to come together. So on April 7th, we are going to have such a party at our Floyd Lamb Park, Tule Springs, my favorite park, and we're going to have face painting and games, and the siblings, all the foster care or they're going to bring all the siblings together so they can do a sibling Easter egg hunt as well, so they can be brothers and sisters and sisters and sisters and brothers, all celebrating together. And we're going to have horses out there and jump houses and a farmer market. We're also going to have a car show, our classic car show, and that's going to be Saturday, April 7th, and it's just going to be amazing. And so, you know, as I sit up here, I have to tell you, I definitely miss one of our peers, Councilman Ricky Barlow, and so I just want to just give him, you know, a salute on things that he's done in Ward 5, because as we go into this special election, whomever fulfills Councilman Ricky Barlow's shoes, it's big shoes to fill. I'll tell you, some of the things when he does his annual turkeys for his seniors. In this chambers, we had senior bingo, where they bussed his seniors from Ward 5 here and gave them prizes. On his Easter egg hunts, him, his supporters, and friends would literally fill up about 15 to 18,000 Easter eggs for 800 kids in his district, where the kids would go with bags and have like 30 Easter eggs per bag. It's an amazing thing what he's done. Ricky has also implemented the El Pollo Loco, the Panda Express, the Taco Bell. He has done Starbucks, Bank of America, I mean a lot in Ward 5. So I just wanted to mention, and then some of his park renovations. He has renovated the Doolittle Park and Lorenzi Park, and then the grand opening of F Street, he redid that. And these are just some, it was called Barlow Bingo, that's what it was called here, and that was amazing. And I said, Ricky, I got to copy you. So there's a lot of things in the past of my first 6 months as a brand new councilwoman that I leaned on Councilman Barlow for, and I just want to say that we miss him, and I wish him well in his future.
And then I just wanted to say that was very nice of you to do that, and nobody can deny the things he did that made his ward so much better than it was before he got there, and I was jealous of how much he got.
I know. So again, I just want to give Councilman Barlow a salute and let him know that he is missed. And also, we will go into our, oh my goodness, he's done so much, the back-to-school fairs. Now, I do back-to-school fairs, and I can go on and on for a whole council meeting about Ricky Barlow. But we're going to talk about some pets now. So every council meeting, I like to get some of our pets from our animal foundation that we've partnered up with. I like to get them adopted. We have a cat named Twizzler, and by the way, those are my favorite candies. Red Twizzlers are my favorite candies. So this cat is fabulous. She's only 1 year old, and she's spayed, of course. And we have a dog named Lady, who's a domestic mixed breed, who's 4 years old, and she is also spayed. And again, my 24-hour offer to you is I would like to see one of you guys go and pick up Twizzler or Lady, and I will pick up the adoption fee just to make sure that these animals get a proper home and a happy home. To give you a little bit about Lady, she's a sweet girl and she loves walking. Of course, what dog doesn't? She does best in a relaxed environment, so she warms up pretty quickly to human friends. And then the cat, well, the cat seems affectionate as well, and she loves attention, and she enjoys playing with other pets. So that's very nice, Twizzler. So hopefully we get Twizzler and Lady adopted out. I also know that my mom is watching, and my mom is the one who brought, please thank your fireman, she says. And she says, please tell him I'm bringing him cookies at his station. So there you go. She's bringing you cookies at your station. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very full. Beautiful. And I certainly, pardon me, miss my partner over here, and things sometimes get tough for all of us who make mistakes. But the addition of working with you the past 6 years really have been wonderful to watch what's happened in Ward 5. And even with the redistricting, the changes and growth and working together with all the colleagues, it's just been, we wish you well. And the shoes are going to be very large to fill, and hopefully the community, all of the community, it's a very mixed community in Ward 5. I got some statistics.
And so it is. It's a very diverse community that lives in Ward 5. And of course, as you know, next Tuesday and Wednesday are the days to come in if you're interested in being a candidate for the Ward 5 position. Make sure you have everything you need to come down here between 7 and 5:30, second floor at the clerk's office, and put your name in and $100, either a check or cash or however you want, not in Bitcoin though. And the reality is that it's a big job, and we've got a lot going on, and this city is really just being exceptional in its growth. And it's because of the people that work here. It's because of the council people that really are open-minded and trying to see everything happen that's wonderful. It's because of our marshals and our fire and rescue. It's because of our technology and our executives, our C-suite executives, and all the people that make on every team that we have. So thank you. Our next city council meeting is the 21st of February at 9 o'clock, and we'll see you then. And thank you for your attention, and thank you, everybody, for the efforts you put forth today. We are adjourned.